but also throughout all areas. And once again, thanks for joining this event, and I trust this will be an enjoyable and successful one. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President, for the welcome remark. Now it's time to take group photo together. Please remain seated and look at the camera on the stage. Maybe we can take off our masks for a while, for a short time. Please hold your pose and smile. Smile, smile, and smile. Thank you for your cooperation. The plenary talk will start in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, let me kindly remind you that the next plenary talk will start in 3 minutes. Please take your seats and put your phones into silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our next session will start in 1 minute. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats, and we will have more discussion time in lunch. So please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome distinguished Professor Ya-Ping Chu from National Taiwan University to chair this plenary talk, Gender Equality for Sustainable Development in Science and Technology.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great honor to introduce a short for Professor Lin Liqiong. Lin Liqiong is now the director of the Center of Atomic Initiative for New Materials since 2018. Her group is specialized in low-dimensional nanomaterials and their application for optoelectronics, energy, and sensing. Professor Lin Liqiong is a fellow of both the Physical Society and the Vacant Society in Taiwan, and also the Materials Research Center Society in USA. She has received a number of national and international honors, and most recently, the Academia Sinica. So it's our great honor to invite her as our first invited speaker of the plenary talk session in this symposium. So let's welcome her.
Good morning. Can you hear me in the back? Yeah, okay. Yeah. It's really a great honor for me to be here to chat with you about my life in the science and also in general as a career woman. What are we facing and me has been working together for over 28 years. Okay, in a very early stage, we worked very hard, and also Wu Huimin is here today. We have worked together, brainstorm about what we should do to help the society. And also, I like to thank Chair Ping, the chair today, and she has also provided me a lot of help in preparing all these slides. So I think, in general, the Committee on Women in Physics already established for 20 years in Taiwan, and together we are friends. We have a lot of experience in terms of addressing the issue, and in the same time, we also built a very good sort of friendship. So it's the sisterhood type of a friendship, and that's very important. Okay. Okay, now here let me do a very quick survey. How many of you think about the palm tree and the banyan tree? Okay, let me show you the picture. The palm tree standing outside in NTU campus. It's some kind of symbolic for the NTU student, but also the tree. I'm taking the tree in the Haina Maui. Okay, this tree is very famous over several hundred years, and you know, it's one tree. It looks like over 20s of trees, so you have seen the tree trunk, many of them, but it's one tree. Okay, it's all connected together. So raise your hand if you think this is sort of symbolic of masculine, and this is a symbolic of a feminine. Raise your hand. You agree with the perception of that? Nobody raise your hand? Okay, a few of them. So you agree with the notion of it's a masculine and the feminine. Okay, and how many of you disagree? Raise your hand. Quite equal. Okay, quite equal. Okay, as a matter of fact, these two trees, okay, palm tree, they are hermaphrodite. Okay, I try to spell it correctly. Hermaphrodite. Okay, so is the banyan tree. There are many types of banyan tree, but this particular very popular thing is also having female and the male all in the same tree, both of them. Okay, so the message here I want you to learn, especially the young generation. Don't stereotype yourself. We are female, we are scientists, but you don't need to stereotype yourself. Female should be this and that, and male should be this and that. I think for male it's also a burden if they always be perceived as to be masculine. No, you don't need to. Okay, so I think this is the first message. The gender stereotyping is gone. Okay, we shouldn't have any gender stereotyping, but the truth is it's not there yet. Okay, we still have, and it's very popular. So I will show you later, but let me just spend a few slides on myself. I have been in Taiwan for over 28 years, and also in America I worked for 5 years. So overall, being a career woman, I have over 30 years. So over the last 30 years or so, I think not always sunny. Of course, everybody the same. Not always sunny, and sometimes it's windy and even storming, raining, and so on. So I am quoting the poet Su Shi's statement, but I don't have time to go through his point of what he's trying to say about himself. Okay, but I have at least 2 beliefs, and these 2 beliefs are enough for me to support me to go through all the 3 decades of career woman. First is a lot of things you cannot design. It's very difficult to plan, but you have to go along. You have your general plan, but you have to go along what happened. It just happened, okay? And there are many chances, and there are many coincidences, and some of them could be very blessing in the end. In particular, if you view yourself facing some bad luck, sort of unfair treatment or anything like that, of course you can be sad or frustrated, but after several years later, when you look back, it could also be a blessing in disguise. And nowadays, if I really feel in bad mood, in bad luck, I just say to myself, this could be a blessing in disguise. Then I feel better. I can go over with my frustration. So for the young generation, if this helped me, I hope it also helps you. Okay, just quickly, I have been benefited from the national program on nanoscience and technology. That was a big project over 12 years, and then based on just recently, the National Nanoscience and Technology Program. And my husband was one of the main PI, and I was the co-PI for one of the programs on nano. So we benefited from that, and have been enjoying about 10 years, just for the curiosity, what kind of nanostructure we can make, and what's the potential impact for that. So these are a period of time, mainly it's curiosity driven. So we made it, and we try to identify what could be useful. And then the second 10 years, which is just about a decade before now, I have started to think about, now we know better what nano can do, what kind of special property they can offer. So we move to a concept of can we utilize the nanotechnology to create some structure and to identify their relevant application. So the key aim is to try to choose environmental friendly process and material, and also choose in particular for Earth's abundancy. For instance, now everybody is crazy about lithium battery. Everybody is crazy about the so-called precious metal-free substitute for platinum. But do you know, if we use lithium battery in every car, okay, given the current demanding number of cars, do you know lithium will be running out in 3 years? That's all. So we only have 3 years of lithium that can be made into a lithium battery operated car. And what about platinum? If we cannot find any platinum-free substitute, how many years of platinum-based catalyst can be utilized in the fuel cell car? Do you know the number? Anybody know the number? 9 years. So lithium battery, platinum technology, no, even you cannot live long enough. Long enough. Short. It's just too short. So you cannot enjoy it even in your life. So let alone our next generation. So there are lots and lots of problems like that. So it's our job as a scientist. We need to foresee all these potential limitations and try to think about a way to solve it. Okay, so this is my chart of work in the last 10 years. So I try to focus on these two, and also try to do make it mobile and light for the current practice. Everybody carry a light iPhone or something, okay? So in any case, the last important point is to reduce carbon emission. I think people all heard about the 2050 zero carbon plan, right? Zero carbon plan in 2050 with ambitious plan still is very difficult to achieve. So if we can achieve it maybe in 2080 or even in what, 3,000? No, that's also true that it does take a long time for us to achieve the goal, but we must have this goal. Otherwise, there is no solution for the polar bear to find a place to live. So this is the point. We must work together on this carbon-free world. Okay, so this is my last slide on technical part. So I don't need to elaborate how our Earth is becoming hotter and hotter, and how our sea level is coming higher and higher. I think you can find it all around about these problems. So what I try to state clearly today is that starting from about 5-6 years ago, European community has a lot of white paper like or strategic like of short book and so on. So you can also find many of them to read. And this one is kind of inspired me that the SCO2T is a small company just focusing on highlighting what's there and what you should look for. So the main message I learned is instead of complaining about CO2, currently it's still very difficult to get rid of CO2, especially the rapid rising country trying to go toward a prosperity society. And we, as a matter of fact, Taiwan is about number 23 in terms of CO2 emission. Okay, in total and in per capita, also very similar number. And our fuel burning industry, the one in Taichung, okay, the one in Taichung is number 1 in the world, as a single coal burning plant emitting CO2. And Liuqing Taishuo, okay, the petroleum company in Mailiao, they have their own coal burning plant, okay, because they cannot rely on external. It's just too large a demand for the chemical company. So that is, you know, number 6. We, Taiwan, in the whole world, such a record, number 1 and number 6. Do you feel proud of it? Of course not, right? So I hope a few years from now, Taiwan being number 1 again, but not in terms of carbon emission, but in terms of carbon reduction. So we should work hard to get back to the list as the number 1 in terms of zero carbon. Okay, let's work on it. All right. So what I do enjoy all the way. I mean, since my undergraduate, graduate, and my career, I really enjoy my job. Although I just mentioned not always sunny, but overall I really love my job. Every day now I come to the lab, I feel I'm doing something to save the world. So that gives me a lot of energy, and I think I also start from my from my early times. It's a job. I need to prove myself to justify for the job, and then I have to build my own profession and build a good career. Now I feel every day I'm coming to work because it's an inner calling. I'm driven by an inner calling, and that really makes me feel so good, okay? And given that, I was a little bit wondering, the so-called STEM, it should be about the discovery, research, and the innovation. Why this part should, it should be gender inclusive, right? Agree with that? Raise your hand. So feel no. STEM is gender inclusive. Please, all raise your hand. Okay. So yeah, in my opinion, physics is interesting, and all these scientific activities are so interesting. But how come the female representation is so few? We are still underrepresented. I will show you some data Yaping gave me, and you will see what's the current status of the statistic. But in any case, I cannot talk too much about the policy things and cultural things. That's too big a topic for me. But for today, as a single, as an individual scientist and a female scientist, I like to say that we actually have all the creative idea. We have all the passionate and the right attitude. We have all these. This should be the very good ground for working in a STEM. But maybe the only thing that stops you, if you are stopped somehow, then it's really we should try, and we should give a very energetic try, and also never lose your confidence. Never lose your. You can be frustrated, but just one day, okay? Just one day for frustration, and then you have to march on, all right? So this is the important thing. We need is just courage. Okay, I will also show you some example next. Along the way, you may be very excited, or as one of my students I mentor, she is an excellent student, always either number 1 or number 2 in her class in physics, and she also doing so good in master. Very good brain and very good attitude, everything's good. And then one day she came to my office telling me that she wanted to go for PhD, okay? She wanted to study physics degree. And she said her mother and her father stopped her, discouraged her, just telling her a very standard way of statement that 女孩子就不要念那么多啊，嫁不出去啊。Okay. Anyway, that's very typical. I don't have such problem, and a lot of us maybe we are even encouraged, but still there are many of them. And that's my student. You see, only about 10 years ago, she still has such a problem in her family. Her father and her mother just tell her, no, you don't need PhD. Now you go to a high school, be a teacher in a high school, and marry your current boyfriend. She has a steady boyfriend who is working in... 时间到, my God. Can I just finish this story? I can. Okay. So she say she say that to me, and she say her husband also, husband to be also disagree with going abroad. He say working in the Hsinchu Science Park, he earn a big money. It's good job. So why? So then I told her, you have to trust your parents. They do love you, okay? But their perception of a good life is different from yours. That's the difference. So you don't have to fight. You don't have to be in big confrontation with your parent now. You accept it now. Don't move to the abroad. But you can tell them 2 months after now. You tell them, I want to go abroad. I want to be a professor in a university. And if they still don't listen to you, another 2 months later, you say this again and again. So, and she listened to me. So she was having a 2 years effort, just trying to convince her parents to bless her. So I told her, your parents love you, and the way they see you'll be happy is very different from you. So you just have to keep persistently telling them, I want to be a professor, okay? So eventually they will understand their daughter will only be happy if she go abroad, if she be a professor. Then how about a husband to be? So, and then you do the same thing. He wanted to be in Science Park, so let him earn a little bit more money. That's fine, okay? But you do the same thing every 2 months. If he does not listen to you, every 2 months you tell him the same thing. I want to go abroad. So eventually he may also give up, okay? And then if he doesn't give up his own idea and he didn't listen to you, why you want to marry him? Okay? Why you want to marry him? He does not support you. You're such a strong desire. Why do you want to marry him? And luckily, to my surprise, his husband to be at that time, after 2 years of earning in the industry, and he know how much money he can earn, but he really don't see a good chance of developing into a great something, okay? So he also decided, okay, I'll go with you too. He got the decision, no, I also wanted to pursue a PhD instead of just a master. So he and my student went together to Boston. My student got an offer from Harvard, and her husband got married with her, and then he spent a year being a house husband for a year. But then during that year, he prepared his test and everything. And then eventually he got admitted to Boston University. So they finished their PhD degree in Boston. This is, I feel so happy with my student being patient enough. So, okay. Actually, I don't have time to share any story about it, but anyway, I'll see what I can do in the discussion time. But what I meant to send to you is sometimes not only gender. Being a minority in the professional society, we could be minority in the whole world, as scientific is still dominant by the European and the American. So Taiwan being a minority, that's also true. So it's very similar experience I have here. I can share with you, but no time now. Okay, and I just wanted to say this. I quoted from Venus and Serena Williams. They are great tennis players, and the record of Venus has held, probably no one can match. Until now, no one can match, and maybe even in the future, she's so great. She wins so many championships, but at her retirement from the tennis, she say, getting recognition is good, but ability to help the next generation is terrific. That's what she said, to close her life as a tennis player. So I wanted to say, I also have the luckiness to become an academician. But most importantly, the recognition is not just for me. I think it's a recognition or encouragement for the female scientists. You can do the same, okay? You will become an academician maybe sometime later in the future. So let's work together. Okay. And I don't have time, so what should I do? Just show the, maybe show the very quick run through for this. Okay, I meant to say the committee of the working group in Taiwan started from almost more than 20 years ago. And throughout the way, I should thank for these two wonderful women. They are very persistent in pushing, in promoting, in the formation of this working group. And of course, the proactive participants include Hui Min as well. And okay, and then after they returned from the Paris on the first IUPAP International Conference, we also have our very first physics and chemistry later. First year is only physics, and chemistry come then every other year we have joined. And we have the female scientists join Symposium in Wulai, the historical event, okay? And then we have transformed the working group to a committee on women in physics, and ever since then, 20 years passed. We have established a few programs. The first is to recognize the smart young student. Ya Ping-Chou was the first recipient of this Jian Xiongwu Fellowship, and this is a very important event. We have come up with an idea to make a documentary film on the physicists, female physicists, covering 3 generations. 12 of us have the film to show what we do, what we think. And this, I think it's about time to redo it. We are all getting old, so maybe we can do one more. Yeah. All right. So this is in air in 2005, and also later we cut it short from 1 hour to 20 minutes, and this is in English, so other people can see it outside the world. Okay. So anyway, I also wanted to mention this, and that would be it, and also maybe one statistic. This event is also initiated by the committee, and we try to let the female be the most of the speech, giving the most of the speech, but then we openly invite, and the topic we discuss is also very valuable for the female scientists. So it's general inquiry about their career development. And from that, you can see it's half and half, male and female. And usually we'll invite, they can also volunteer to come join our activity. So you can see quite a few male here, and not only domestic, but also international. So you will see the president at that time, and even we have Mao Kun-woo. He was already a minister. Okay, so these things, and then we now expanding down to the graduate student, and this is becoming a networking, a very important networking from young to old, and also from female to male, and then from physics to chemistry and to the engineer in general. So I think it's great that we can make the society be aware of this more and more. I'm sorry, I say I shouldn't cover this much. So let me fly through 1 or 2 seconds each. All right. So this is the important figure that if you look at the number, the statistics show a very important message is, although the number does not look a great jump, it's fluctuating and it's more or less stay there for female. But the total number of the male is actually dropping down. Okay, so if you look at this trend, the ratio of female is actually increasing. Okay, so it's probably a matter of many factors, but you just have to realize, because one time I was joked by a male colleague, so look at how much you have done, but our student is still the same, no increase in physics student. But I was very frustrated being receiving such a comment. But if we look at the statistic, the ratio, we are not doing too bad. Okay, we do have, but I think the most important thing is, in addition to increase the number of students, it's also important to improve the quality of the female scientist career. Quality of that is probably much more important and much more urgent, so that every one of us enjoy our work, and our young students will see we are happy women, right? So, so they will come automatically because we are happy women. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. I think I really don't have time to go through, and I'm sure we'll have more discussion on this. So let me close my last slide. I think we need more and more role models. It's coming like this kind of gathering. Every one of you will see different people's life, and they are also on the web, and you can find, in particular, L'Oreal's web. They do have the award for women in science, and you can find a lot of story about the recipient. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't control my time too well. Yeah, so I have to. So how much time do I have for Q&A? How much time do I have for Q&A?
Okay, maybe we have the 1 or 2 Q&A time.
Yeah.
So I would like to provide an opportunity for the young generation. It's your time. It's your opportunity. Okay. Actually, we have many participants online and on YouTube. So we would like to provide the opportunity first on-site students. So I know there are many young generation here. For example, the Beiyinu high school students and the Lisang high school students, and also many college students. So, did you have any Q&A for you? Yes, you would like? Okay.
I'm not a student. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay, Li Chuang, you show that the ratio increased, but number is not increased. Yeah, but I think, but if we compare with the engineering school, about the same time,
Yeah.
I think the number of engineering female student number goes up compared with the physics.
Okay.
Do you have any insight about that?
Okay. Actually, I do have a statistic comparing physics and the engineering. science is rather low compared to engineering. No, I'm sorry. Let me correct. The number or the ratio of overall science and overall engineering is rather equal. But within science, physics is terrible.
Yes.
Okay. It's only the differences among the subgroup in science that really still give us some warning sign of the physicists. Okay. Physicists is like 12 to 18%, depending on which ladder you are looking at.
Yes.
For undergraduate, it's close to 20, not over 20, just close to 20, and then it's going down the road. In the professor rank, including assistant professor, it's about 10%. That's physics, okay? I know in engineering there are also some subtle differences, okay? For some reason, chemical engineer and optoelectronics are doing quite fine, I believe. Optoelectronics are also doing quite fine. But I don't have the statistics to show you. So if you ask me, I could give you my own personal opinion, but I don't think I have any solid data to back me up. Yeah, you see, most of my master students, they still perceive physics being very hard, very difficult. And this is what we should do to make physics. I feel physics is interesting. It's challenging, but it's interesting. And optoelectronics, they don't have such a problem. If you see the statistics just on the female faculty number, for instance, the Jiao Tong University, they have 8, or maybe more. Correct me if I'm getting the wrong number. In the NTU only have 1.
Oh no, the new one that will be Wang Xiaoxuan.
Including.
Yes. This October we
okay,
have
this
another
October
one,
we
yes.
have one more. All right, and the next next February, I will be also joining, but I shouldn't count because. Okay. Anyway,
Okay.
so you see,
Yes.
Yaping has been the only one for so many years, right? So physics is terrible, and also it's depending on which school. NTU is terrible, right? Yeah. So I think there are reasons, and maybe very different reasons for the differences across the university or across the field. But being that you are doing electronic or microelectronic, your job, attractive job in terms of pay, in terms of challenging, in Taiwan, it's so rewarding or so easy for the female as well as male to get a job in optoelectronic and in the microelectronic. So that's why, I mean, we physicists do have a challenging task to really attract the female. That's my own opinion. But I think we should need some survey and more subtle survey, because if we only look at number, it could be misleading. So we have 就是质性调查 okay, not the 量化调查. 量化调查, this is all we can get. And from NSTC's statistic about the approval rate of the project, there is also no difference. Female and male approval rate is no different. But I think I saw some statistics showing we female ask less money. Approval rate is the same, but the approved money, be it your own humbleness or something else, we ask less. Okay, this is a fact. I think you can find it in the NSTC webpage about the approved rate and approved money. Right? Yeah. So every number can give you some information, but sometimes we also have to read it carefully as well. Yeah. But anyway, I give you a very long answer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for your participation. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank again Professor Lin Liqiong, because she is the first one for us to celebrate the women in physics of the committee for ourselves, for our society. So on behalf of the former conveners of the Women in Physics Committee, I would like to thank again for Professor Lin Liqiong. Thank you.
Thank you, the speaker and the chair. Now, let's welcome the distinguished Professor Ruihua Hong from Institute of Electronics, National Yangming Jiaotong University, to chair the next plenary talk.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'm very happy to have the opportunity to chair the second talk. I'm Ruihua Hong from the National Yangming Jiaotong University. Today, the second talk will given by the Li Zizhuang. Li Zizhuang is Senior Director of Design Technology Platform at TSMC, and she is leading design application support operation to provide customer design solution of TSMC advanced technology for chip design, tape out, and the chip implementation, as well as the technology consultation and the support on library, IP, and the chip design. This also leads the quality assurance operation on TSMC in-house and the third-party library IP solutions. Her other responsibility include ecosystem technical enable program and the product testing engineering. And today, Liz just arrived in Taiwan in this moment. So we are very sincerely to thank the Liz to give to attend the conference and the meeting, and will give us the title. Title is the Substantial Women in Science and Technology. So let's welcome the Liz director.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Li Zizhuang. I'm the Senior Director of the Design and Technology Platform at TSMC. I lead the design application and the support group to provide the customer the design solutions by using TSMC advanced technologies. In addition to my role of R&D inside TSMC, I'm also the chair of the Women at TSMC. Okay, so my mission is to help TSMC female employee to be connected, to be development, and also to unleash their idea, their full potential, to be the better themselves. Okay, so it is my pleasure here to share with you the TSMC the role to and the contribution to the whole world, and also how TSMC help our female employees. Okay. Okay, so this is the actually this is TSMC technology roadmap. Okay, so I think we want to emphasize the collaboration is very critical for driving the industry-leading advanced technologies. Okay, so TSMC, we do have the strong commitment to provide the best technology to our customers. Okay, so I think from N7, we have to work very hard to provide the same technology, but go to input to N6, which has a reduced area. And then in 2022, we provide the N6 RF to expand the scope to cover the RF devices. In N5, which is about 2019, and also we have N5P to increase the performance. Okay, and then N4P this year we reduce the area, and the N4X to improve the performance again. Okay, so this is the N5 family. For the N3, is the major node for right now. So we have N3E is to improve the yield, and the N3P to reduce area, and the N3X will be the same to improve the performance again. Okay, so N2 will be the first generation to use the narrow sheet technology. So it will be over in maybe 2024 time frame. Okay, so this is the high level TSMC advanced technology. So we do have a commitment to provide the world #1 technology to all our customers. Okay. Sorry. Doesn't work. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, I think now we just want to share with you the TSMC mission is to provide the complete solutions. I think most of you probably know very well for this part. Say, everybody knows TSMC is a foundry, provide the process technologies. But today, I would like to focus this part. Okay, IC design enablement is equally important. Okay, because we need to make sure our customer they know how to adopt the TSMC process in the best way from PPA point of view. Okay, so I think from the customer design roadmap, and also we need to work with them to define which technology they want to use, and also when you work with them to provide the EDA solutions design flow, library IP, and also design service. Okay, then finally customer finish their design, they can tape out, go to if they do have the resource issue, okay, the DCA members can provide a service support for them. And the cloud, okay, this is new alliance, okay, Amazon, Cadence, Google, Microsoft, Siemens, and the Synopsys, they provide a service to save the database, okay, and provide the applications. And the VCAs, okay, so these are all our partners to jointly to support our common customers. This is one example, how do we work, okay? For TSMC, we develop process, both RD and the fab, okay? And the DTP, design solution, we provide design services. And then we'll work with customer back and forth, depending on their spec. And also, this is the partners, EDA, packaging, and the partners. Also provide solution to customers. So, and they can work together, okay? So this is the win-win collaboration example. We can 5 wins, customer, TSMC, employees, and those partners and industry will all win together. Okay, above slides are talking about the TSMC and those partners together in the semiconductor industry. The next few slides, I want to share with you how TSMC support our female employees and also all other potential female engineers as well. So I think the TSMC, I think it built a diverse and inclusive workplace. This is the important charter for TSMC, okay? Because we truly believe for the inclusive, okay, we can unlock all the resources worldwide, okay? So we can find all the different kind of people to jointly to work with together to provide the best semiconductor solutions. We also believe the diversity can help us to access all kinds of different people in the whole world, okay? They will understand the different, from the different society and to understand their needs and also how can we better support them. So this is TSMC's commitment to build a diverse and inclusive workplace. And this one, again, I mentioned, I'm the chair of the Women and the TSMC. Okay, our mission is to connect and develop women at the TSMC to unleash their potential to be true and a better self. Okay, so this photo is the some roundtable discussion on March 8th. Okay, so this this is the broadcast online program for all the TSMC employees, both the female and the male employees. Okay, we need to make sure we do get support from our male colleagues as well. Okay, so I'm here to host the roundtable discussion. Okay, and this is the TSMC, the STEM for high schools girls program. Okay, so if you do not know the STEM, I think here is the encourage the girl to pursue the science, technology, engineering, and the mathematics fields. Okay, so this photo is the Zhongshan Nugao when they visit the TSMC. Okay, so we have the 1 day program and together with Taichung Museum together to host them. Okay, so I think I'm here. Okay, so I also join them to share with them our experience. When that time I feel I was a high school girl at that time as well. And also yesterday, I think the Beiyi Nuzhong also visited TSMC yesterday. They all very enjoy. And also next few slides, I want to share with you frequently asked questions. Okay. Number 1 question, from the past to present, what has changed in the technology industry? Okay, it's big change. Okay, so in the past, you know, at my age, if we want to pursue the advanced degree in the semiconductor, you know, we have no choice, but also go overseas. Okay, either US or Europe and the other countries, because at that time, Taiwan did not have the semiconductor environment yet. Okay, and also being the minority in US, and also as a female, actually we are double minority. Okay, we need to work very hard, put a double effort to be recognized and trusted by the male colleagues. Okay, so that's the past time. But now TSMC, I think Taiwan has become the semiconductor world leaders, with TSMC take a lead. Okay, and also TSMC, I believe also other companies as well, we all care our female employees, and also we build the diverse and also inclusive workplace to help our female colleagues to better fit in the company and also unleash their potentials. Okay, so I think all the young lady here, I think you are really, really a lucky group, much luckier than us. Okay, yeah. Next one, second one, how to adapt and adjust your mindset to face the challenges at work. Okay, I believe every industry, they do have their own different kind of challenges, but how to face that. Okay, here, okay, when facing the unknown challenge, especially in the semiconductor industry, you have a lot of questions you never faced before. Okay, how can we handle that? Okay, especially TSMC, we are world leader. Okay, the technology is the newest one. No other company can do that. Okay, so I think we just need to keep calm, don't panic, have empathy, and also be sincere. Okay, so every time when I face this kind of challenge, I always think from my angle and also from the customer's angle, to think about whether my proposal if I wouldn't, I was.
So nice talk. So now is open question. Yes.
Thank you. A very nice talk, and it's very happy to see that TSMC has the women at TSMC. And I think the support network is very important, especially for women. And I think not only TSMC is not only be the world leader in semiconductor, but can be the world leader of the women support. Yeah, and so I have a very short question. And can you share what may be the most issue that women employees may encounter in TSMC right now, and how do you to help them to overcome it? Yeah. Thank you.
I think the most issue for TSMC women employees, okay, is your self-confidence, okay, because you know TSMC is a high-tech company. But about morning, I think 85% people are male, okay? And those are many good talents, many good people in TSMC. So I think as a female employee, you need to make sure, say you do have confidence, you can do the work. You can be the project leader, okay? And also, you need to work not only in your own groups, you also need to work with cross functions, other members, and also sometimes you need to talk to your executives. Okay, so I think the confidence and you think you can do that kind of method is very important and also very challenging. Yeah.
It's good to know that TSMC is making an effort to put female workforce in promoted. And then in the book, Unfinished Business by Anne-Marie Slaughter, she mentioned that one important factor to promote female workforce is to have flexible work hours. So I'm wondering what's the policy implemented by TSMC on this regard?
Oh, good question. Okay, yeah, I think the actually we do have a statistical data for TSMC. I think we also see the female employees, you know, they join the TSMC, but later on, you know, when they married, okay, they you know, we lost some female employees, and then the next step is when they become a mom, or then we lost another people. Okay, so you know, a lot of people, they are very good. Okay. So I think the TSMC actually will provide flexible hours. Okay, if you can get your supervisor's approval, you know, because you need to come out some kind of proposal. How can you still achieve your goal, but with some kind of flexible hours? And also, you know, during the past 3 years of the COVID panic. Okay, so we do have a lot of work from home, that kind of arrangement. Okay, a lot of Teams meeting and the laptop, that kind of facilities. Yeah, we can do that. And also for women at TSMC, we also has a lot of groups to share how to handle all kind of challenges together to help our young female employees to overcome these challenges.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, due to the time limitation, maybe if you have any question, and we can discuss more in lunch. So let's thank the Dr. Zhang again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, the speaker and chair. Now, let's welcome the Vice President of Taiwan Women in Science and Technology, Dr. Wen-Zhen Shei, to chair the next plenary talk.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is my big pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Sophia Chen. She Chief Investment Officer.
Hard on protecting our land. At the meantime, though, despite we have a lot of seawater, we don't have so much fresh water to fulfill the population needs. The blue line is the increase of population, where the red line is the water reservoir. So the United Nations has made a water development report. They care. You need to have very clear structure, have dedicated team. So for Cathay, for example, our Chief Risk Officer and myself, we work together to lead the transformation for the group. And if you look at my website, we have to disclose to you that which methodology we use and what area do we do research on. And for example, we will use in Taiwan, very typical, we will be using typhoon and flood, extreme weather, the damage to agriculture, to manufacturing, which we lend them money or we invest in them. And so you can see at different time how the impact will be. And then we also have to break down the analysis into physical risk and transition risk. And how about government start to tax or ask for carbon pricing? So if I have carbon emission, I need to pay money. So maybe when the price becomes a certain level, all my profit is gone. So corporate need to think and respond a lot earlier. So this all require scientists to help. And because the TCFD was very successful in the past years, recently the TNFD is natural, so they expand from climate to nature. And because it's due at later stage, all the methodology you can see is more complicated, where they also have some toolkits ready in day one. It's called ENCORE, environmental related analysis tool. So you just input the information they need, and you will come up with, oh, this is the impact. So including climate regulation, groundwater, and 40% of the executive are female. The whole group, Cathay Financial Holdings, we have 70% of our employees are female. But it worries me because the percentage of VP, even into president, chairman, and board director become a very small number. Because our company used to be very nice to employee. Whenever you need, you can take a break. So sabbaticals, maternity leave. But I always wonder, I have 3 children, and I never take sabbatical. So I think in Asia, especially in Taiwan, we need to have good culture to support employee, regardless man or woman. At different stage, health, family, work, at every time you can only take care of 2. So sometimes the employee, if they just get pregnant or being a new mother, a newborn mom, they just need a temporary assistance. They can slow down at work a little bit. Why not? They can do half the work, but if they maintain perfect quality, you are earning your employees' heart and loyalty. They know you care. Once they are ready, they can contribute more. So the stereotype that Professor Lin has mentioned is because we don't bother to think about every employee's need, regardless the gender. And then when it gets enough, Taiwan female have good education, we start to complain. But it's very important that both men and women think about how to raise the next generation's capability and flexibility. Sometimes I even feel female has worse stereotype than the men when they talk about female employee, because they feel insecure if I don't do a good job. And now they pass this gene into the next female generation. Yeah, so it requires a very collaborative discussion among different departments. When you think about someone as a talent, not just a machine, you have to think about their needs at different stage. So we are not encouraging employee, tell me what support you need. We need to support you so you can go through the challenging time. Once someone can manage new pregnancy, new family, babies, 2 babies, 3 children, once they can pass through that, they become a super leader, because everyone will agree managing kids is worse than managing office employee. Okay, so you can see we have done a lot of different projects. These all require a lot of science talents. So you are more than welcome to search in a lot of large corporate that actually all work on digital transformation. And don't underestimate yourself. And don't be shy thinking, oh, I may slow down, maybe I should quit. No, you don't quit. You can slow down. It's totally fine.
And starting last year, we start to have this women in fintech and different activities, these summits to gather all the expertise in Taiwan to work together. So that's my presentation. And often people ask me, you have 3 kids, you teach in Taiwan University, you work, you travel, you do a lot of international things. How do you do that? And being a female, do you have a secret recipe for me? My first rule is, as a woman, I will work with men, I will joke with men, I will play with men, but I don't want to be a man. I think female hormone is very important. And I don't want to be perfect at work and go home become a very awful wife and awful mother. We work very hard for ourselves and now for our family. The last thing you want to do is lose yourself and lose your family. And second, I will thank my husband and my families all the time, thanking them for allowing me to have flexibility. Thank people more and they will give you more flexibility. And lastly, only you can think yourself not good enough. Accepting yourself, enjoy it, and you can identify the area to improve. Everything learnable, you should not be afraid, and the future will be there waiting for you. Before I go, I want to share with you an important summit. We are hosting a climate change summit in a few weeks' time, and I see many students here. If you are interested, in the left-hand side of the picture, this is the first climate summit I did in the roundtable. This is Mr. Al Gore, former U.S. Vice President. When he came to Taiwan, I asked him whether he can work with us to change Taiwan together. And since that, we have been doing, you can see more and more people is growing very quickly. Every year we do the climate change summit. Last year it's online. I gather U.S. policymaker, the biggest pension fund in the United States, the Harvard professor on ESG, AIGCC CEO, World Climate Foundation founder, Renewable Energy 100% CEO. The company attending our conference representing 76% of the market value and more than half of Taiwan's greenhouse gas emission. We never plan the number. We just think what else can we do more, and it will happen. So this year it will be on 13th and 14th November. And this year we do something additional. We license World Climate Summit. We streamline the conference. We bring international conference to Taiwan. So if you just look at the Cathay Climate Summit, 国泰永续金融跟气候变迁论坛, you can see the details, and it's free. More than welcome to join. And I think if everyone don't think about how can I be number one, we should not just do best in the world. We can do best for the world. And Cathay has spent 8 years to prove to the world that we don't have to sacrifice earnings to pursue sustainability. And
Thank you, Sophia, for this wonderful talk. Any questions? We'll welcome 1 or 2 before we leave for lunch. Okay. Hey, Li Ying, please. Professor Chen Li Ying.
A very employee during their hard time. Yeah, because just like you say, maybe we may not want to take a 4 year or 6 months for a rest to deal with our maybe family issues. But I think the flexible responsibility is quite important, especially for maybe some employee, they do not want to interrupt their career process. And so I'm wondering, how do you to build up this wonderful culture in Guotai? And can you share us some experience? Maybe we can learn a lot. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. It's not the whole Guotai yet, but because when I worked in Merrill Lynch, the biggest broker at that time as a chairman, had the research in Taiwan. The moment I got pregnant, my HR had said, anywhere you want to go, it's okay. Anything you need, it's okay. Just don't quit. Okay, because when you create value, so the way I manage employee, very number 1 rule is you take care of the company, I take care of you. A lot of employee, you think, oh, depends on how much resource you give me, I decide how much I do. I always want to show the company, it's so lucky to have me. I always do more than being asked. And at the meantime, I need time to think. You put them in office for 15 hours a day without productivity, that's useless. So I always want to tell my employee that Bill Gates said that a happy corporate is full of, happy corporate is full of productive, happy employee. Employee need to be productive. And so that's why I make it simple phrase. You take care of company, that is my job, I need to take care of you. And second, every individual is so different. As a leader, we should plan 2 to 5 years. And what do you want to be when you were 50 years old? Are you financially ready or are you capability ready? So I think Taiwan people are too busy. Yeah, so management need to reserve at least 10% to 20% of time on learning and coaching skills. If we don't treat them as talent, we treat them as a supporting staff, they will not be collaboration and call for people with like started. And I'm always happy it's worthwhile doing, and it become a big fashion in the company.
Thank you very much. Man Yu.
I just want to ask you, could you please share us one example of he for she in your family?
Oh, that's every day. Actually, when I look at this email and students, and this is an event with great female, and bring all the kids to the mountain here, do the management. Very important. Actually, because you build this culture, when something needed, the gentleman will always say, I can do it. And because people don't differentiate you or me, and not man, female, they will all work together. Yeah, and because I will tell them, how do you want other people to treat your daughter?
Thank you so much, Sophia. Okay, due to time limit, we need to go to lunch, but I'm sure Sophia will be happy to talk with everyone later. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Lunch break right now. Thank you for being with us in the morning sessions. The next session will be started at 2 o'clock. So please remember to come back on time. Thank you.
and Sophia was
close to do very good government part on protecting our land. That you need to do and always, oh, this is the thing I. So we start to talk more about data as more than 50 interested that they will not become
he for she.
Something means being with us in the
between what
Kindly remind you that please put your phones into silent mode. Thank you. The next session will be started.
Hello.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's welcome the President of Taiwan Women in Science and Technology, Professor Man Yu-Lin, to chair this invited speech on diversity, how inclusion matters.
Dear President Gao, and also Vice President Cho, and distinguished guests, and all the friends here and online, good afternoon. Okay, I'm very honored to present the Society of Taiwan Women in Science and Technology, 台湾女科技人学会, to chair this section. When I know I'm going to chair the first speaker is Eva Lehner Stefan. I'm kind of stressed what I'm going to wear. Okay, because L'Oreal is the world leading in the beauty. Okay, and then Eva is the CEO of L'Oreal of the L'Oreal in Taiwan. Okay, in addition to the skin beauty, L'Oreal emphasizes women's inner beauty and ability by empowering women, as shown in here. L'Oreal and the UNESCO award has been given to more than 100 female scientists in the world over the past 20 years. It is a pity that Eva cannot be here with us, but I have watched her video. Her talk on the video is as vivid as a live talk. Okay. Her title of the talk is Empowering women in the science. So please play the video. Thanks.
Hello. I cannot be with you physically today, but I'm still very delighted that I can share with you our vision, L'Oréal's vision, and endeavor to empower women in science. Let me start in introducing myself. My name is Eva-Leine Stefan and I'm the Managing Director of L'Oréal Taiwan. I have almost 25 years of experience within the L'Oréal Group, and today and here in the Taiwan business, it is my pride to really put forward our L'Oréal for the Future project to create the beauty that moves the world together with my team here in Taiwan. So what would I like to share with you today? First of all, I'd like to give some context about women in science. Then I'd like to talk about our For Women in Science project. Then I come to Taiwan, to our Taiwan Outstanding Women in Science commitment. And we'd like to conclude together. So, for the context, throughout the scientific community, women are still excluded from making an equal contribution to addressing the world's social, environmental, and economic challenges. Simply too few women are breaking the glass ceiling. Just 33.3% of scientific researchers are women worldwide, and less than 4% of Nobel Prizes for science have ever been awarded to women. L'Oréal strongly believes the world needs science, and science needs women. So we develop programs to empower women scientists, inspire the next generation of women to enter science, and collaborate to transform the world of science from within. So how can we correct this gender imbalance in science? As with all great transformations, it requires a cultural shift in society. To tackle the challenges, we aim to, first of all, encourage girls to consider science as a career through educational programs to inspire girls. Secondly, to support the talents of women scientists in their career of science, advocating work-life balance, and see how, as a woman, they can still have a work-life balance. And thirdly, to empower senior women scientists being able to speak up and gain equal recognition for their scientific excellence. So empowering women scientists to break the glass ceiling on these three levels: girls, younger women scientists, and then senior women to be recognized, to be seen. What is our Women in Science project? I'm very happy to share with you the most important program under the big goals of the cultural shift, L'Oréal's For Women in Science programs. So, since 1998, the Foundation L'Oréal, in partnership with UNESCO, is committed to empowering more women scientists to achieve scientific excellence and participate equally in solving the challenges facing humanity. The For Women in Science International Program functions at multiple levels in order to reach women at all stages in their scientific careers and support them in overcoming the obstacles that too often prevent women from becoming senior researchers. This starts with our International For Women in Science program, which honors 5 brilliant female scientists each year for their remarkable contribution to advance in research, promoting their work globally and empowering them to act as role models for aspiring women scientists and future generations. So far, there have been 122 international laureates since 1998, and some of them became Nobel Prize winners as well. Let's discover the future, and I'd like to introduce For Women in Science with a little movie. Yes, the world needs science and science needs women. This is the L'Oreal for Women in Science program. So now let's look at our Taiwan program for Warm Women Go for Science. In Taiwan, although being not able to directly join the International for Women in Science program, L'Oreal Taiwan has developed a local program to break the gender imbalance in science. Because our local for Women in Science program is to help improving the gender imbalance situation in Taiwan, let's understand more on how this issue exists. According to data from the Ministry of Education in 2021, the proportion of female students enrolled in science-related departments accounts for 36.9%, given female students are nearly equal number to male in universities. However, the female students in science major starts to drop in graduation school level and drop significantly in doctor program. Almost only 1 out of 5 PhD students in science major is female. What are the reasons? In 2017, together with Global Views magazine, one of the top business magazines in Taiwan, we did a study on parents with children in junior and senior high school. The survey results are considered with the Girl Student Survey from L'Oreal sponsored Girl High School Science Forum, and we identified 3 key findings. First, both girl students and parents still hold the prejudice of boys do better in science than girls. Second, parents have higher concerns toward daughter family life if she wishes to pursue a science career. And thirdly, both girl students and parents hold higher concerns on the competitiveness of a girl who wish to pursue a science career. So what are the programs to tackle this? L'Oreal Taiwan developed programs to recognizing female scientists and setting examples to inspire young generations. In addition, to make a big impact on girl students' critical time, for example at high school, to make decisions for major university, we also proposed and sponsor a unique for Girl in Science program. The Taiwan Outstanding Woman in Science Award is the key program to honor the female scientists and to set the role model in Taiwan. Established with Wu Xianxiong Education Foundation in 2007, it is the first and the only one in Taiwan dedicated for women in science. Every year, TOWIS, how we call it, TOWIS, rewards outstanding women scientists to cultivate public's perception that women can do science and to really inspire everyone. In Taiwan, all senior high school students must decide their field of university study and follow different curriculums. That is, senior high school student is a critical moment to encourage girl students going for science if they're interested in this field. L'Oreal Taiwan became the sponsor of Ministry of Education's program Girl High School Science Forum since 2012. Every year, this program will reach around 2,000 girl students and inspire them to go for science dreams with extracurricular science activities and face-to-face meetings to TOWIS winners so they can really speak and exchange. In December 2013, L'Oreal Taiwan published their This is a book that tells the story of 18 outstanding female scientists and outlines their passion, determination, and commitment to science. So this is a really good book. They are great. L'Oreal Taiwan donated 3,000 copies of this book to the Ministry of Education to be sent to high schools across the country so that students can be motivated by the inspirational stories in this book. In addition, L'Oreal Taiwan established the website Taiwan Outstanding Woman in Science Award in 2020. It's not only a complete library of all exemplary women in science in Taiwan, their stories and videos would attract and inspire young generations when searching online. In sum, the efforts we made to promote women in science and girls in science in Taiwan are building the first Women in Science Award and which became one of the most important science awards in Taiwan. For the past 15 years, 46 women scientists have been honored and share voices. For Taiwan's Girls in Science program, 20,000 high school girls have been inspired in the last 10 years. At L'Oreal, we are quite proud of this. So Taiwan needs science, and science needs women. Those are all the beliefs that you can see here. So in conclusion, as you all know, making a cultural shift does take time. After more than a decade of efforts, today we are happy to share with you some nice changes. Let's look at them. According to the statistics of female students enrolled in science major at university, it increased 5.5% from 2007 to 2021. And yet, the gender imbalance in science is still unsolved. We will like to invite all together, stop to drop out by continuing empowering women in science. Let's watch the video, and thank you so much for listening.
A generation of women in science, destined to change the world, ready to achieve the unachievable. But what if they were told, this isn't for you? Science isn't what girls do. You should find a more suitable career. And if you're prevented from reaching the top, why bother? Gender role expectations and parenthood, lack of recognition, slower career progression, sexism and sexual harassment. For too long, generations of women have faced a battle to make a difference through science. It's time to stop the dropout. It's time to fulfill the potential of the next generation of scientific talents and build a more inclusive and diverse scientific community. One that can shape the world of today and inspire the innovative minds of tomorrow. The way of progress is neither swift nor easy, but now is the time to move forward and together to empower and celebrate women in science. The world needs science, and science needs women.
Thank you very much for listening, and let's all together stop the dropout. The world needs science, and science needs women. Thank you. 谢谢你们.
Okay, thank you, Eva, even though she cannot hear it. Okay, and then the second speaker of this section, entitled on diversity, how inclusion matters. Okay, is Dr. Jin Hee Yun. Okay, currently Dr. Yun is a professor in Inha University, Korea, 仁和大学. Okay, and also the chair of the Women Committee of the Korean Physical Society. And this society is celebrating her 20th anniversary this year. Dr. Yun is going to share with us her experience in diversity and also in gender equality, especially unconscious bias. Please, Dr. Yun.
Professor Young, please turn on your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Sorry. All right. WebEx is not familiar to me, and so okay. Congratulations for IUPAP for facing the 100th anniversary of this year, and also congratulations for the organizers who make this symposium successful. And thank you for inviting me. And okay, I will give the brief review of the activities of a women committee in KPS for the last 20 years and maybe something on gender bias. Okay. My name is Jinhee Yoon. I'm from Ina University, and this talk is on behalf of the Women Committee in KPS. Okay. Actually, IUPAP, they enforce the women participation in every conference. They had a big meeting in Paris in 2002. There had been 300 participants from 65 countries, and out of them 15% males. It's very unusual for a usually women in physics society. They made resolutions which is directed to schools and government and like scientific society such as physical society and also IUPAP. And since then there had been serial conferences every 3 years, and especially the third one was in Seoul in 2008. And also actually this big meeting has initiated the construction of a working group of women in physics in AAPPS, which is Association of Asia Pacific Physical Societies. And IUP enforced is the 20% of female portions in all committees and presenters at all sponsoring conferences. So I will show you some data. This is a report from Christine in users meeting. And these are the big conferences from my area, high energy nuclear physics. And so they are under 20% before 2015, but they are over 20% because IUPAP required 20% of female participation for every sponsoring conferences. So we reached this 20% limit, and now I think it is time to increase to 30%. If they required and every conferences just satisfy the criteria. So okay, that ICWIP, the first big meeting in Paris. Since then, IUPAP also recommend the member society to organize the committee or working group, encouraging and promoting the female participation. And so the KPS, Korean Physical Society, has established the Women Committee in 2002, in which the KPS facing the 50th anniversary, and now 20 years before, and so they are facing 70th anniversary this year, and the Women Committee faced the 20th anniversary this year. So it has been already 20 years since then. And this is the picture at that time, and we can see a lot of important, actually most chairs of a women committee are presented here. And so the first chair, and second and third, and fourth and fifth, sixth, seventh, and something like that. Okay, and so I will show the big pictures of them here. And a lot of chairs. So far, this is the 10th, and it's me. Okay. The goals of the Women Committee in KPS is attracting girls to study physics in schools and universities, and launching a successful career in physics, improving the institutional structure and climate for women in physics, getting women into the scientific leadership structure, learning from regional differences, and balancing family and career. Ultimately, they want to increase women participation and their success in physics. To achieve these goals, we need some strategy. And there are, whole stages of career. So we need separate activities according to the stages. And so for young students, we started the physics camp and mentoring program. So we started the physics camp for high school girls and the site visits for college students. And for the early stage of career, such as graduate students, we need to foster female workforce. And so we started some awards, several awards for them. And for professionals, we need to make a networking, and we need to offer a career development and leadership training. And so we started special sessions during KPS meetings and the local and the international workshops for women in physics. For whole members in all stages, we need to improve the status of female physicists, and we need to advocate for their rights. And we want to propose some government policies for female physicists. So we started surveys. I want to go over one by one briefly. So the first physics camp started in 2002 together with the establishment of the Women Committee. So we tried to offer the opportunity for high school girl students to experience the professional research environment in college or a research laboratory. And so they we bring science-talented girl students into physics, and we provide leadership training. Also, sometimes they establish the network nationally and internationally. So in early days of physics camps, we have a video meeting between with the Japanese science camp participants, and so they can talk and communicate and share the just feelings together. So it was nice, but we cannot set the periods. I mean the tempo period simultaneously. It was hard, and so we don't do it anymore. Too bad. So 3 to 4 girls make a team and apply. Then we just review and select, pre-select 10 teams, and they conduct experiment at the university or research institute for 2 to 4 weeks. And then they get together on site and make a presentation, and we review and give some awards, but they can share the feelings all together during the camp. So we held one camp every year until COVID. So we stopped for 2 years, and then now this year we started. So these are the pictures. This one is the first science camp at Ewha Women's University. And this is actually the first award team from the camp. At that time, ASML from Netherlands supported this camp for 3 years, and so they visit Netherlands and participate. I mean, share the experience together with the students there. And this was the picture at that time. And this one is the last one, just before COVID. But this science camp had some problems. They do the research. They conduct an experiment with the topics on their own. So usually it goes beyond the high school level, and so we cannot recruit. There is the limited number we can recruit the university or research institute, and so maximum 10 teams can participate. So the number of students who can get the benefit from the camp is limited, a maximum 30 students. And so we want to expand the number. Also, the topics above the high school level, it automatically discourages the participation from general high schools. And so we changed the format this year after 2 years rest. So we pre-assigned the physics experiments from high school level, just like imitating Galileo experiment or revisiting Snell's law. And then they designed just one free experiment on their own with a possible suitable setup from the conducting university. In that case, then these experiments can be done within the usual general physics experimental setups, and so we can assign up to 4 to 5 teams to one university, to one site, and so we can recruit 10 universities, then 50 teams can participate, and almost 200 students or 300 students can get the benefit from this camp. So we tried this camp this year, and they finally get around on site and made a poster presentation, and also we offered the lab tour and public lectures during the camp, and also we introduced the peer review process, and so they can enjoy just communicating with each other. And so this year 19 teams applied, and only 17 teams get to the final round and made a presentation. So approximately 50 students, but this is the first trial after 2-year rest, and so I expect it will get expanded in the numbers next year. This is the picture from this year. They made a poster, and the reviewers and the peers just go around and asking questions and answers, and just communication, and group photos here, and lab tours. So we recruit 4 labs for tours, and so they just in turn take a turn to have a tour. Okay, special sessions during KPS meeting has started in 2005. Sometimes in a lecture format, or sometimes in a panel discussions or informal round table like this, and sometimes in book talks. So various types of formats we tried. Usually the topics is promoting women in physics, successful career development, strengthening research capacity for women scientists, and we also report our activities. This year, just for 2 years, it was done through June, but this year we are back with offline format. For the awards, so it started in 2006. And initial funding came from the KFAS. It's a company, SK. Now they are famous in semiconductor, SK Hynix. Anyway, it started from 10 million won, which is approximately 10,000 US dollars for a successful and promising female graduate students. So we select 2 awardees every year. And now we raised the fund another 10 million won this year, and so we can keep on. Also, from 2015, there are several government supported organizations. From the support from there, we set up another award called Excellent Young Research Award. This is for young physicists. So the first one is for a graduate student only. The next one is the graduate student and the postdocs too. So in a young stage, early stage of career. So this one is the second awardee. This is the picture from the second event of the graduate student award. And she was awarded at the time, but she is now a professor. So we produced a lot of professors from our events. We are very proud of that. And this is the picture for the second event this year. Okay, for site visits, we started this one in 2010. At that time, there are only 12 years ago, but there are so many universities with no female faculty member. And so we try to visit them. So 3 or 4, sometimes 6. professors visit the university and give a mentoring and advising students on academic or social issues. And also another object of this event is motivate the department to hire a female faculty. I'm not sure exactly this is the result of this event or not, but there were only 20 faculty members in 2002, but now we have 50s in this year, female faculty members. So anyway, I think we really contribute to increase the numbers. We have done 37 visits so far, and 2 years done by online, but we are back to offline this year. And so this spring, this April, we visit the Ewha Women's University, and there are so many girls and several males there. And this one is this fall at Busan National University. And also we had a request from the high school, and so we did it through Zoom. And this is the feedback from the Ewha Women's University, and they really feel great. They didn't expect much at the initial stage, but they really felt good and great and really helpful, inspiring, encouraging, and all good things. And so we are really proud on these jobs we have done so far. And the surveys, we have done these 4 times, starting from 2005 and 2010, 2014, 2018. And so this year or next year, this year is already gone, and so maybe we will do another next year. The goal is find the status of a woman in KPS, also collecting the data on a lot of things, and using them, we want to suggest policies to the government. And so all contents are there. Just I want to show you some result. Okay, the female portions in KPS starting from 10% in 2002, now it is 16%, more than 60%. So you can see from the graph, it is gradually increasing. And so it's very good sign. But this is a graph according to the age groups. Okay, so 20 in red and 30, 40, 50 and something like that. As you can compare, these are male and the female, and these are 2005, 10, 14, and 18. But you can easily notice that for the female parts, we have really big portions in 20 groups. And it's getting smaller in 30 compared to the male group. So 20 group is really big, but 30 group is smaller than male. And that means, just the portion is decreasing as get older. So there must be some leaking. So I just summarize several points here. The membership is gradually increasing, and there must be some career interruption due to marriage and parenting between 20s and 30s. Also, in young age groups, female portion is higher than the male portions. And so there might be a leaking in young female physicists. So then maybe we need to do something to take them back, or just let them not losing the career. So also there is a very interesting finding that in a funding, relatively high percentage in small size funding. Okay, so usually females get the private, personal based funding compared to the just the group funding. So more male portions in PIs in a group funding. So we try to induce the separate funding project designed only for female scientists, and also we suggested the establishment of the government-supported organizations just like WISE or WeJet for helping women coming back from the career break. That is what we have done. So these are the early women physicists, but I don't have much time, so I want to just skip this one. And a lot of workshops and international things. Okay, these are, okay. I want to go directly to this one. We really did a lot of things, a lot of activities so far for last 20 years. But the situation doesn't look much better. I mean, it get changed. It's better, but not much, I mean, as much as I expected. Why? That was my question. So my answer is all activities we have done are mostly on first generation bias. That is, so what is the first generation bias? So maybe I have to start the diversity. And for the society health and growth, we need a new idea all the time, which leads the innovation. And we need a lot of influx of new members from outside. And so this is, diversity is the key for these factors. So with the diversity, we can make a better decision, which increase the productivity, creativity, and possibly leading to the innovation. And also, diversity help us to make a better workforce. So it keeps people longer at their position. Also, it improves the overall performance of the organization as a whole. And so that is the shape we expect for a progressive and sustainable society. So maybe we need this diversity in all areas like gender, countries, or religion, or even in physics, theorist and experimentalist balance. And maybe statistical physics, high energy physics, condensed matter, all we need a diversity from all this area. But now, today, I want to mostly focus on gender. So for the first generation of gender bias is intentional one and explicit and visible discrimination. And so it usually is coming from the number. Always, female participation is underrepresentation, only 10%, but the total is 20% and something like that. Or mostly comes from in a number. So we want to increase that numbers so far. But there are second generation of gender bias, which is really deep into our society. That is very hard to find because it's unintentional and it's implicit and invisible. Maybe we are very familiar to these words, glass ceiling or glass walls or glass escalator, tokenism nowadays, and imposter syndrome and something like that. So all these things originated by the unconscious bias. And as you can see, maybe from just a graph, this one is very fast decision making. So it's coming from unconscious process, automatic, and it really happens everyday decision. But the other things are just the opposite. And so this unconscious bias, well, actually, this is not bad. I mean, in every decision, if we do this system, if we use this system, then very inefficient. So unconscious bias actually helps us do things efficiently, but if it interfere with our really important decision, then that makes the problem. So this one is good as long as we can control. Okay. So everybody, I mean, including me, do this unconscious bias every day life.
Yeah, Dr. Yun.
So a whole lot of things, but okay, maybe time is up, right?
Yes. Yeah, could you please, just give us some conclusion? Thank you.
Yeah, these are the actually I watched several training videos. There are a lot, so you can find from the web page. And so these are the things you can avoid unconscious bias actions. So first thing is be aware. So you have to aware what you are doing. Okay? So realize and control the situation. That is the one thing. And the second one is to use the structure and criteria. So set up the concrete criteria, then just follow the procedures and just check. You are satisfying that criterion set, and you have to evaluate the subtle message. This is nowadays represented as a word microaggression. So you have to know how to interact with others. So just watch your subtle message. Sometimes in a subtle mention or sometimes in a body language, whatever. Just watch yourself and hold everyone accountable. So you have to justify the decision and sometimes get the feedback that helps and create a culture of calling out unconscious bias from everybody. So make a decision collectively, and this will help to avoid the unconscious bias control us. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yun. Thank you very much for your sharing on the value experience. Definitely, we can use some to fix our leaky STM pipeline in Taiwan. Thank you very much. Thank you again. Thank you very much. Okay, so the third speaker of this section is Dr. Chen. We know AI definitely is changing our world. According to 2021 World Economic Forum report on gender parity, women account only 26% of data and the AI position in the world workforce, while the female workforce is almost 50% in general, indicating that there is still a lot of room for women participation in this field. Here we invite Dr. Tris Zhang, the Director of AI Research Center, Microsoft. Dr. Zhang earned her master's degree in EE in National Tsinghua University and also computer vision from the Carnegie Mellon University. And today, he is going to give a talk on AI needs diversity and inclusion to make it better for us. Tris, please.
Thank you. Thanks everyone, and congratulations again for IUPAP for entering the 100 years, and hopefully there will be more 100 years to come for a better future. And I'm so honored to be invited to speak here. Today I'm going to talk about diversity and inclusion in a special field called artificial intelligence. So I think many of you have been wondering what's diversity and inclusion, right? Like, sounds like a slogan. For me, I think diversity is for looking out. Inclusion is for looking in. So if you look out, you want to look out in a diverse way so you can see more possibilities. When you want to do something, you include all different opinions in, and you try to include them in your solutions, in everything you do. So that's diversity and inclusion. I hope that that clears some of the confusions. All right. Oops. How do I do that? Oops. All right. So I just joined Microsoft and for a month actually only. And today I just read news that Forbes magazine has awarded Microsoft being the best employer of the world, number 2 in the whole world. Yeah, beating all the big companies like Apple, Coca-Cola, Google, and all these companies. So I'm really, really proud to be working here. And I want to tell you more about diversity and inclusion in this workplace, especially in AI. Okay, so my experience has been spanned around different continents, Asia in Taiwan, and also America in US mostly, big and small companies, so I wouldn't spend too much time here. So does any of you know what this picture is about? Yes. Actually, this is one of the art competition, the award winner, #1. Yes. So the artist is actually AI. It's not human. So a lot of amazing, right? It's beautiful. A lot of people think AI is just to augment human, to help human, to automate a lot of boring tasks. But actually, AI can be creative. So this is one of the examples. Oh, that's kind of scary, right? So it got a war, right? So being inspired by this diffusion work, so I go and play with DALL-E. So you guys can all try it. So go to this website, labsopenai.com, and try DALL-E. And then you can type a sentence. For example, I type an AI developer in deep thought in the middle of night, Van Gogh style. So try that. And then this is what I got. Actually, I just tried this yesterday. And they are pretty artistic and beautiful. But what's more into these 4 pictures is something that's more insightful. So anybody know what I'm trying to see from these pictures? Okay, AI developer. Is it like female or male, or is it like genderless? So the description I put is actually neutral. But the result that come out of this query or this prompts, actually 3 of them are men, 1 of them is human, right? So what's the percentage? 25% of the picture coming out of the result is woman, all right? So that marks a striking similarity to this data. Okay, in US workforce, almost half of the workforce are female. But then in the AI or data field, only 26% of them are female. Does that strike a resemblance of the picture that you just saw, right? So you can see that the inequality actually is showing in the AI result that you see. So this is just a very, very simple example. Just try it yourself, okay? Very, very interesting. So before we go into the detail about why this happened and how we can prevent this from happening, let's learn a little bit about AI, okay? What's AI? So AI is pervasive in pretty much all fields. So it's not just in tech, but also in financial business, autonomous driving, smart health, lawyers, and maps and advertising, pretty much everywhere, right? AI is everywhere. And the key technology of AI is, I kind of simplified it, it's nothing but learning, just like a kid. So what does kid likes to do all the time? Watching TV, playing games, right? So watching TV is actually, they are trying to actively read and absorb information from the books, from the TVs, so that they know how to act in the real world, right? So this is actually the essence of AI. AI is doing exactly the same thing. You see a lot of pictures, you see a lot of text, crop the web pages, and read a lot of literatures, and that's how it learns. So the problem comes to this, a lot of people think that, oh, AI must be neutral, must be very good because it's data-driven. Data is very neutral. Data is very objective, right? The answer is no, right? So according to a research that's published in Nature magazine, and they survey thousands of papers, and they visit and investigate and talk to thousands of researchers, and they look at how the AI impact the industry in all different levels, especially the ESG index, all 17 of them. And then this is their conclusion. So on the left-hand side are the impact of AI being positive in different aspects, 17 different aspects. On the right-hand side are the result that thinks that AI is negative, impacting all these different 17 areas. So let's not focus on the detail, but look at the negative ones. So if you see on the left-hand side, gender, and also on the right-hand side, inequalities, they're actually negatively impacted by the development AI, right? So thinking that data-driven decision is actually good, objective and all that, this is not true. At least at the moment, it's not true, okay? So let's give you a very concrete example, actually a few concrete examples to tell you how this can happen in real world. So I'm showing 2 kind of like fictional numbers on these 2 examples. So if you go to buy a house, right? Usually you don't have enough money, you have to apply for mortgages. then the mortgage people will ask you to fill out a form and look at your income and all that, right? And decide to deny or accept your application, right? On the right-hand side is another application that you want to apply for jobs. So you have your resume, you have your diploma and everything, right? And again, the recruiter will decide yes or no, you're gonna be entering the interview round, right? So both of them both fields start to include more and more automation, including using AI as a tool. And knowing that the data from before, historical data, they prefer male, and also in both the mortgage situation, also job situation, that bias actually is building into the model of AI. And that kind of subsequently prefer male applicant, right? So that's two examples I'm showing here. And this example is not really gender-wise, it's more like race, okay? So those pictures are the breast mammogram pictures of different ethnicity group. On the left-hand side is more like fat kind of tissue, and the right-hand side is more like fabric kind of tissue. So in general, white people are looking more on the left-hand side, and then people with black or Asian background are more on the right-hand side. So as you can see, it's very hard to tell what's going on the right-hand side. Right? It's like, oh, like why and all that, right? So there will be a lot of misdiagnosis in people, in Asian and in black. So this is the problem, that you don't have enough diversity in your data, in your mammogram data. So if you use such information to train your AI model to diagnose breast cancer, you will have trouble with Asian and black, all right? This is one of the examples that I recently I was talking to a student from university, and then he's doing some research about sketch to image generation, okay? So meaning if you input a sketch on the left-hand side, then you can generate some realistic looking image on the right. So this is kind of cool, right? You can design a shoe, and then somehow AI will generate the realistic looking shoe for you. And then so the result he generates, this all looks good, right? I'm like, no, you don't wear shoes like that to go out. This is so ugly, and it is so unrealistic. The color is wrong, the shoelace is wrong. And then this male student is like, ugh. Right? So we need people with diverse background, especially, for example, in this case, female, in order to appreciate the shoes design, right? So those are the 4 examples that that can happen, right, in the AI. So now we have all these problems, and people try to address this issue. In addition to the diversity and inclusion problem, there's also some other issue that I didn't have time to mention today, based on the UN or Nature publication study. So there are a lot of effort in doing fairness of AI and all this equality issue in AI. So from the institution level to national level, so there are so many efforts. So trying to summarize it into a very brief concept that so all of us can understand. So humans and AI is basically just to an AI system that's to amplify and augment rather than displace human rights. Because a lot of people worry about AI being replacing human, right? So human-centered AI is actually putting human in the center and try to use that AI to help people, to empower people. So that's the definition I try to simplify from all of these institutions. And then realistically, how can we make human-centered AI in practice? So I boil down to a triangle, a pyramid shape of a concept. So on the bottom is transparency. In the middle is design, on the top is value. So why do I do that? Without transparency, you don't know what's going on, right? So because transparency can happen in many different levels, right? It can happen in data, like I said, right? It can be like collection of like imbalanced data in the mammogram, right? It can be transparency in your model. Why is my AI model making such a decision? Why is it thinking that somebody had a breast cancer but not this other person, right? So data and model need transparency. And design. Design is to link transparency and value. So different geographical region and different institutions have different values, right? In order to achieve the value, you have to design according to the value, okay? So value, another way to say about value is empathy, or put yourself in other people's shoes, okay? And design, there will be a study about design center thinking, and then try to design your product or your service according to the value that you have in mind. And like I said, transparency had two aspects. The data they use to train the AI model, is it like balanced? Does it include the population that you want to serve? And also the model. Why is it making such a decision? Is it making decision differently for different ethnicity group or different gender? Yeah, I'm gonna skip all these details here. This is basically transparency in data and also model. And finally, this is like, I'm drawing a very simple, I'm actually quoting a picture from cartoon. A lot of people think that we're in like 21st century already. Everything is equal, right? So we are running the same distance, meaning, for example, using a diploma as an example, right? So both of us are getting the PhD degree. Both of us need 4 years to accomplish that, right? But honestly, that 4 years means different things for men and women, right? Women, they might have like marriage or pregnancy or maybe some other things in the middle. So you can see that the obstacle in the middle is like very, very dangerous, right? But for men, sorry, I'm being like generalized here. For men, it's like, well, the 4 years like maybe a little bit of obstacle, but not as like dangerous as this picture suggests. So when we design AI model or try to think about the problem, we need to think about what is the status quo. And such model and such data, are they going to reflect the status quo to reflect the gender inequality? Or do we want to design a new AI algorithm or a new institution that projects the future that we want, right? So using the mortgages example, if in the past you get accepted by a mortgage institution easier, being a male, do you want that to happen again? Just reflect that into the future? Or you want the better to be more equal? You want to design your mortgage algorithm more equal so that you can include more female applicants in the future, right? So this is something to think about, right? So transparency for what? For reflecting or for projection? Okay. And coming back to this Forbes Best Employer Award, right? So Microsoft is a little bit different over the years. In the beginning, Bill Gates had this vision that having a computer in everybody's home, democratizing computing. And now everybody not just have one computer, they have like 7 or something computer, including your cell phones, right? So having computing in your home, further, what can you do more? We want to empower everybody on the planet. No matter if you're a person or you are an institution or organization, we want to empower everybody and every organization in the world. To do that, we have to be inclusive. We have to think diversity, right? Without that, we cannot serve the people that we want to serve. So using this simple shoe example, right? If somehow we only have male engineer, right? The product we design, right, will only fit the eye of a male but not female, right? All right. And last but not least, we've been talking about so much problem, so much about inequality, but I want to call out for allyship. What does allyship mean? Means we all work together, man or woman, right? Allyship means we are not alone, right? So women, we don't just fight here alone. Oh, the portion of a physics in undergrad or in PhD is so little. We fight so hard. We try to speak louder so people can hear us. No, allyship means we all support each other, female or male. So a lot of time, your colleague, your boss, they are open-minded and they support you. That's allyship. We need that, okay? So to succeed, not only do we want to have awareness, we want to have real practice and real allyship among all of us. So thank you for all the males who sit in here and feel uncomfortable for pretty much the whole day, right? So thank you for supporting. And then we need to do more of that, right? So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Trista, for your excellent talk. So we will discuss this in the following forum. So the fourth speaker, the last one, but not this one, is Milan. Okay. a leaky STM pipeline is a global and a long-standing issue. In our country, according to NSTC, the data show that female is underrepresented in STM-related professions, including semiconductor industry. So now we invite Milan, the Director of Talent Acquisition of the Micron. She got her BS in National Taiwan University and also master degree in art education in Michigan State University. So we would like to ask her to share with us how DEI culture enables innovation and in the semiconductor industry. Milan, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for sticking through the whole day. I know it's not easy, especially on the weekends. My name is Milan. I oversee the talent acquisition in Micron, Taiwan. Today, I wanted to share a little bit about how we do the DI, how we use the DI to enable our innovation. Okay, in the semiconductor industry, when we talk about female, actually, it's actually not well represented in our workforce. Okay. Okay. The data seems a little bit different, but I validated multiple times. In Taiwan, the college STEM outputs is about 25–26%. Globally, it's about 35%, okay? It depending on how you and where you pull the data. What we believe in is that we believe diversity is the key to technology advancement in innovation. Our communication team wants to make sure that I mention this. We have been elected and certified by the Great Place to Work. It's a survey voted by our employees individually through a third-party organizer. And we have been consecutively earning this reward for the last few years. Okay. Okay. Oh, here we go. Okay. So we are powered by our diversity. We have 6 DI commitments. Okay, the first one is to increase the underrepresented groups. Okay, that we have to do it through hiring, through talent retention. The second one is that female and male have to get the same pay. It doesn't matter your gender or sexual preferences or ethnicity background. You have deserve the same pay. In Taiwan, the difference is about 20%. Doing the same job, male and female get 20% less. In the US, the same applies to the ethnicity groups. So that already in California, there's a law forbids you to ask this person's prior salary because we usually top up their salary when they look for a new job. So every time, if you started low, it's underpay. If you just increase, you only increase the pay gap. You don't decrease it. And this is something we are working at. A couple years ago, we have achieved over 99%. We look at the base, bonus, stock grant, and also look at the benefits. If a female deserves a maternity leave, the father should do the very similar the same thing. You don't deliver the baby in the bed, but you can care for the babies. So we are looking into the benefits as well. Okay. Then the third one is to strengthen the culture of inclusion. This one is a little bit difficult to explain, but I will illustrate a little bit more how we foster the inclusive culture in Micron. The fourth one is we have a legal counsel that we advocate for the racial and LGBTQ+ communities. We wanted to provide support for them. The fifth and sixth one, I think is very important, is that Micron wants to use our power, the buying power as a corporate. Every time we look at vendors, we wanted to make sure we have minority represented vendors in our selection list. And that's what we are doing, okay? Okay. So starting from how do we increase underrepresented groups? Underrepresented is that in the world, 50% is male and female. When it goes to the STEM education, it becomes at 25 versus 70, okay? And then when it goes to the supervisor role, the percentage even dropped further, okay? So we start from hiring. What we did, 3 initiatives. It's not too innovative. People talk about it, but actually Micron do it from inside out. And for every requisition, every job applicant, for every job, we have to have 2 diversity categories. The diversity in our technical industry is 1, female, 2nd, ethnicity, 3rd one, people with disability. And Taiwan, we add up the 4th one is foreign nationalities. We see foreigner actually contribute greatly to our workforce. So for every position, we have to at least 2 diversity candidates. This is our commitment, okay? The second one, we talk about the candidate allies. There's basically a group of people. They are trained to spot, are you asking the bias questions or to confirm your bias in the selection process? So we train globally for all the interviewers have to go through the ally training. So you're very aware your unconscious bias. If you are not, someone else will call it out for you, okay? The third one, we leverage the AI tool basically to anonymize some sensitive information in your resume. So please, moving forward, do not include those information on the resume. It will not bring you any advantage apply for a job, okay? Unfortunately, a lot of companies still ask for it, okay? The data we remove from the resume automatically through our AI system. 1, gender, the second age. Also, your name will be initialized, meaning they will only see, they cannot see your name and detect your gender or ethnicity background. And actually, it's really improving in terms of our selection processes. So it's 3 initiatives. We actually expand our diversity pool globally from, you can look at the new college graduates because when you finish your university education, you enter the new college graduate categories. From 38% of diversity group to 45%. That's a huge improvement already. For those that already in the workforce, you move from one company to another, we move from 28% to 33%. So with these 3 initiatives alone, we are moving ahead on this hiring, increase the diversity. Okay. Okay, that's where we are right now. Not easy. Board of directors, those are the group of people decide where your company is going and give you the stress test. 50% of the board of directors are minority, are underrepresented groups, female, African American, and other disability groups. Okay, Micron is 50%. We mean every commitment we make, okay? Taiwan female engineers is 22.7%. Overall, our STEM education reproduced 25% of female. In Micron, we already do 22, close to 23. Every 4 or 5 engineers in Micron, one of them is female. In high-tech industry, this percentage is staggeringly low. It's less than 20%. Okay, we move ahead on this one. The supervisor rate, we were at 15%. Right now, we are 21%. If you are sensitive about the numbers, you will look at, wait a minute. When they step out of college, it's 25%. When they enter Micron, it's 22.7%. And why would it become a 21.4%? Actually, it's just like the graph Trista just demonstrated, okay? Throughout the process, female actually decrease along the way. And there are some policies where we can support females sustain and then make their career runway a lot longer, okay? And there is something I wanted to, the innovation part. I was asked this question a lot. By bringing so many females into your workforce, what do you represent? What do you produce? What are the results of it, okay? Equipment engineers, nobody in the semiconductor industry hires any female. The reason is, 1, it's a shift job, meaning you have to do the night shift. Secondly, it involves heavy lifting, moving from material from one spot to another, or even equipment, okay? We start to hire female for equipment engineers. And when we saw this, said, okay, they are actually, in general, not every female is like this, but in general, female is not physically as strong as male. There's a reality, there's a fact. But if we want to increase the diversity, in the gender diversity in equipment engineering field, what can we do? We start to bring a lot of female in, of course, with support from the business leaders. And then we look at them, okay, how can we assist them to do their job better? So we design, because we have the first batch of female engineers, we started to design the AGV system. Basically, you place your order in an iPad, the robot will pick it up and deliver it to the shelf that you need, and then send it to where you need them. It's just as simple as that. But previously, because we rely on male strength, we never thought about it until we start to bring female in. Okay, I have something later to show you. Okay, so once we bring in those diversity candidates, these new hires, what do we do? This is the place where we do inclusion. We bring in females. We want to give the female support. So we have the MWLN, Micro Woman Leadership Network. Okay, if we bring in, we say we will not discriminate you, regardless your background. So in US, we have the Black Association to support them. Those groups are initiated and supported by how you identify yourself, or what values or what identities you support, okay? We have a veteran in the US, and this is something I wanted to call out, is a Pride and Ally. Today is a Pride Parade in Taipei, okay? So 1/3 of our employees are engaged in the ERG groups. And then the enrollment, the membership has actually doubled since 2 years ago. So in our workforce, we identify ourselves with one group or multiple ERG groups, and then we commit to support each other. We don't come here just to work. We are there to be ourselves. Okay? I wanted to highlight this one because it's a Pride Parade today. And then Micron, this year is our first year. We have a team assembled gathering at the City Hall. We want to participate in the parade. We fly the Pride flag, and we also light out the rainbow lights, and also donate it to the associate to support the gay group. Okay, there was the other day, the CEO had a town hall, and there was this engineer from Singapore. He said he was not comfortable, and he is fearful of coming out of the closet. But because Micron make a stand, we make a statement, we will not jeopardize your career. We will not sacrifice you because we have other preferences. And it doesn't matter to you, given your background. So we give that kind of commitments that he is very comfortable. And because he stood up, other people actually follow suit. Then we have a very strong group in Micron to support LGBTQ+ communities. A few models I really wanted to highlight. Those are the female models. Deborah Bell, she's American. She was posted in Japan and then moved to Taiwan a couple of years ago. I wanted to highlight this lady because she's a leader for our Pride Parade in Taipei today. Herself is a lesbian. And when she disclosed this one very openly within Micron and outside Micron, myself was taken aback because it's a very, very private information. And she vulnerably yet boldly shared she's a lesbian. And all the audience feedback is that if she is such an executive, high-level executive, and she can be so vulnerable and she can be so bold, sharing the private, very, very private part of herself, what is there not to be shared? Okay, so this one, when the inclusion is talking about is that you come out and then you are the authentic yourself. As a mother, you don't need to hide. I'm the mother of 2 young kids. I don't need to hide the identity. There's another identity I have to look after. She is a lesbian where she has to come in to Taiwan with her wife. And those are all the realities. On top of that, I really wanted to think, Taiwan being the first country to legalize gay marriage, I think there's a thumbs up initiative. Thinking about her, if we don't approve, our legal system doesn't support this one, we would not be able to get this talent into Taiwan. And then instantly, her team has the most diverse background. And then the support she gets, it's just a really role model how we do our inclusion culture. Okay, the lady to the right, Gyo-hong, she's a mother of two kids. Okay, her career only took her 12 years to sit on a senior director's position, overseeing 3,000 people in Taiwan. Right now, she's a vice president. In 15 years after she left the workforce, she is a VP right now. She often gives speech in an NTU in numerous events. One story I wanted to bring up again, because I see some students sitting here. Once again, is that she gave the talk to the students in Taiwan. Some female students actually came up to her, really, am I in a science field? Do I really have a promising future in my career development? Every time they struck her really big blow is that if someone in NTU already, a female, very outstanding female, why is that she does not have the prospects as a normal male student has? This is something, there's one we wanted to do is put out some role models for you. Yes, those are the ladies in their career. They break through, even though a lot of obstacles, they still break through and then giving you role models, okay? The one in the middle, I wanted to highlight this one is that because Deborah is from US, Gyo-hong is from Singapore. Grace is the Tsinghua graduate 10 plus years ago. Right now, she is sitting as a director's position in Micron. And she is expecting a second child. She did not drop out. When I was preparing one of my talks, and I look at the statistic data, that is very, very staggering data, is that 25 to 30% of women, after they get married or deliver their first child, this percentage left workforce, and only half of them returned. And that's why when you move up to the higher executive level, the female just disappear from the representation, okay? And I look at my our own data, Micron's data. People, they leave for family reasons. It's good. 90% of them return. So I'm really, really proud of that. We have the system to support it. Grace shared some stories with me, and I want to encourage every one of you to make a stand on this one. Before she joined Micron, she was working in some other companies. And in every meeting, somehow, female are expected to do note-taking, serving tea and coffee, and she took it because that's where everybody does, until she came to Micron and realized it wasn't the case, okay? Initially, when she was offered a position to move up to a leadership role, just like all the female students or candidates I heard about, they said, why me? I'm not ready. I don't think I'm that good. Female somehow have the strictest censorship in their brain, saying you're not good enough, you're not ready yet. But throughout the process, she volunteered, and then right now she volunteered to take out a senior leadership role. She goes through the process, and she wanted me to share with you, yes, we can do it. We are just as good as our male counterparts. Okay, we should not let the inner noise to stop our career. Okay. That is the last picture I want to share with you. When we talk about equipment engineers, those are our equipment engineers. They are not the catwalk models. They are real engineers. They are the ladies, they are the women, they join us and say, hey, why do we have to do the same thing? The old way, the traditional way. I give my respect to them. They are so brave, they step into a field where dominantly traditionally it's a male field. They lacked role model at that moment, but they so bravely, graciously take up the role. Okay, so how do we maneuver through a lot of each challenges? A few things that the company is doing, and I think we are holding the boat very tight, is that increase the diversity in our workforce. Once we do that, we build an inclusive workplace culture for them. And this is how we face every challenge and how we really rise up from every challenge. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Milan, for your excellent talk. So the 4 talks in this section are successfully completed. I believe you have many questions. There will be an extending forum on the same topic later on. So thank you very much for your participation. 谢谢 break。那我要借这个机会1分钟，我们12月9号在台湾在那个台大医院国际会议中心，台湾女科技研学会又有一场会议，它的题目是迈向工作与生活共融的职场，欢迎大家来参加，谢谢。
Thank you, the chairs and the speaker. The time delay, so maybe we will start the next session in 5 minutes because we have to set the chairs in front of the stage. So we will start in 5 minutes. Please come back very soon. Thank you.
上面的那个。哦，好，OK， 等一下我先拿。
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Professor Shiping Lai from Institute of Astronomy, National Tsinghua University, and Associate Professor Pi-Ho Hu from the Department of Electrical Engineering, National Taiwan University, to chair the forum. On diversity, how inclusion matters. Professor Yong will join us online. So if Professor Yong is okay, could you please turn on your camera? Thank you very much. So let's welcome our speaker and chairs.
Okay, I will start. Hello everyone. I think it's great to see you guys here to have our this first forum. We just heard 4 very excellent talks about diversity and inclusive. Even we get some definitions. So I think I would just quickly go to the audience. I think the most important thing is that we can ask a question to the speakers. Okay, remember we also have Professor Yong online. Okay, so please start. Thank you. Maybe Song, Dr. Song. Yeah.
I'm first. Dr. Yong, I actually interested in your sharing the experience with high school students that is specifically for physics. So my question is there other society, for example, Korean Chemistry Society, they have the similar activities? And then if there is mechanical engineer society, do they have similar activities separately, or only the physics society are very unique? You are very focused on this area because Taiwan Physics Society also, they are the #1, have a women committee. So that is my question, is that please share with us. Thank you.
Thank you for questions. Actually, I think the situation is quite similar. We started very early, and so we are one of 2 women committee who has which have been established in early days, and so the actual I think our committee is really leading activities out of others, and so as far as I know, there are no separate camps organized by other committees. So that is our situation. And the Women Committee in Physics, KPS, Physical Society is really outstanding, I guess. I met the chair of the Women Committee from Chemical Society. Actually, there are more female participation in that society, but than Physical Society. But they have a very difficult. They experience very difficulties in gathering. Actually, if they wanna get together, then they always questioned, why do we need to get together? What are we gonna discuss? Do we need that? And something like that. And so it is, I think networking is the one thing we need first. We need to do the first. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Lin.
It's very nice to know that the industry, also in Korea, making an effort to include more women. I'm just curious how this it become a team effort. Right? The whole company support this, including your male colleague. But then sometimes as a female physicist, I sometimes feel like this kind of issue just among female physicists, how to increase women's minority in this field. So how do we make it this topic as an issue of actually both gender, right? It's not just a female issue. How the business decisions are made. They are convinced more women are better for our business.
Maybe we start from micromilan.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, it's on now. Okay. Very good question, but we should never turn into diversity into a gender war. The moment you do that, you don't need to do anymore. It's the end of it, okay? So how we do it, take the equipment engineers, for example. What we do is that we present the data. I say, okay, from the talent pool, the STEM education, there's a fair amount of female candidates. Every time we present to you, no reasons you deny this person's application. Is there any specific reasons you feel the female cannot overcome the job requirements? They say, okay, they want to be able to take the night shift. I say, is there any limitations on female candidates they cannot take night shift? Did you ask them the question? Did you give them the fair play? Okay, and most importantly, if we ever wanna make some changes, look for your ally. Actually, the one that wanted to start hiring female for their equipment engineering role is actually a male leader. And we presented this data to him, and they say, yeah, of course, let's do it together. I'm all in, okay? I don't need to convince every male leader to work with me. I need to provide one successful example. Other people will follow suit. That this male be your ally, be your advocate. He influences other people, you influence more, and then you have a group of people. When we started to talk about DEI, a lot of reaction is just like what you illustrated. That's 4 years college and I don't have any discrimination process in my interview. Why do we need to do that? People push back, people resist it. It's a human nature because we are asking them to do something they are not so familiar with. Right now, I talk to every leader. They say, hey, where is my female candidate? Where is our diversity candidate? And DEI is our competitive advantages within 2 years. Going from, I'm not discriminative, but I just reject the female candidate, to DEI is our brand. It is our commitment. Regardless, we have to move to that direction. Takes about 2 to 3 years.
So let me try to add on top of that a little bit. So allyship is not just a slogan, it's actually an act. So for example, the vacation after childbirth. A lot of time that vacation is only granted for women, right? So if you actually include, that's why the inclusive comes in, right? If you include men, you give them the same amount of vacation to let them share, not just share the burden, but also share the joy of a new child. They will be very happy to take the load of the child carrying, right? So that's how you enable by positive impact. So just like AI, you do in reinforcement training, you don't just punish them, right? Because you have to reward them. So this is a reward. And also in a corporation, or possibly similar in a university, we can actually enable the structure or the rule to encourage that. For example, make it into your performance index. I know it's a little bit harsh, but then make it that when you are doing the allyship, you are doing the supporting for the woman, you get rewarded, or you at least get recognized. By doing that, you had this positive, nice effect that everybody is joining in. And statistics show that company that is led by women CEOs, so I talked about it a couple of times already before, they have better revenue or better basically better performance of the company. So that's actually backed by data, okay? So make those not just a slogan, but also into the structure of the reward system of the company, of the institution, so that everybody can join and feel rewarded, not just by compensation, but also by the happiness, right? The child, right? Thank you.
I have follow-up question regarding to the previous question. So you have mentioned we should provide a friendly environment for male and female and to work together. And but for like in now, for some engineer already in your industry, in semiconductor industry or in AI industry, if they have already like being seen, if they have some view, they colleague things like women are more disadvantaged, and for less women, how do you have any suggestion? How do they fight for their own welfare or fight for their right if they are already in the industry and they face the problem like they have been looking down? So how do they fight for themselves to try to have a more equal opportunity if there is no friendly environment for them?
That's a tough question.
So it's nice to know that Micron and Microsoft have provided a friendly environment for women, but if there is not a friendly environment for them, how can they fight for themselves?
So you are saying if someone is not working in a gender-friendly company, how can they start to do it, right?
Enjoy Micron.
Yeah, come to us, the best employer and the best place to work. Yeah,
yes.
I don't have an easy solution for you, but what I wanted to share is that if they are treating their employees so poorly, it will impact their revenue, the morale, the overall company outcomes, okay? And eventually, they will get what they deserve at the end, okay? But of course, we never want to go there. It's not related to your question directly, but I wanted to use my personal case example. I said it many times. I was actually denied an opportunity simply because I have 2 young kids back then. Because they assume I cannot work overtime, I cannot be flexible, so they don't want to hire me. Too bad, because Micron hired me, and I can handle travel, and then my kids are still young. And then, interestingly enough, this person's leader come and work for us now. So I mean, they will go back, but importantly, I think we have to work together. In the interview, if someone asks you, are you married? If you're married, they say, are you planning on having kids? And then if you have kids, they're gonna ask you, how old are your kids? We should stop this kind of behaviors. We should stop answering those questions. I can tell you, no problem, but can you explain to me why is it relevant to the job I'm applying for? We all have to give the hiring manager a good education. Do not place this one on an individual person because the person will cost her opportunity and that's it. There's no better good for everyone else. So if you feel it's not reasonable, anything should be related in the job application or interview process should be related to the job that is competency that's required for this role. Ask them, why are you asking this question? If they cannot give you a good answer, then you challenge them. We have to do it together. If we can do it together, this one changes very fast. If we expect others to fix it for you, it takes forever. I can discipline my hiring manager. Do not ask those questions. But what if they ask and you let them ask and you answer them? There's nothing I can do to help you. Okay, we have to stand up and say, hey, why is this question relevant? And refuse, take a stand. And we can make things move a lot faster.
Yeah, so I think the key word here is we, right? We never need to face this alone, right? So if we, for example, interview or doing a work, or you're already in a company that has some form of discrimination or mistreatment, all that, you are not alone, right? I know it's the right thing to stand up and say no, but then honestly, look at your own circumstances. Can you afford to lose this job, to lose this income? Think about it, right? But that doesn't mean that you have to be quiet. So look for a mentor, look for support. And then again, the key word is we. Find ally to support you, and then during the right time, you can fight together. So never fight alone. Doing the right thing doesn't mean you are by yourself, okay? So yeah, during the whole process, and then we have to keep doing this, the we become bigger and bigger, and things will change. It won't come, possibly it won't come right now, but it will come, okay?
Maybe I'd like to ask whether Dr. Yoon would add something on this question in maybe an academic word.
Sorry, Professor Yoon, please turn on your microphone.
Yeah, I think the situation is similar even in the academic field too. So usually there is only one female professor, out of 15 or 20 male members. And so we are alone, then it is hard to speak out. So in that case, I usually get friend with one person who can sympathize or can get a common sense with me. Then he can support me, and if I speak alone, then it's just one person saying, but somebody support me, somebody just agrees with me, then it's a group opinion. So usually what I do is just make an ally, make a friend who can agree and support me first, even though that's he, and then maybe I can just get my opinions with my colleagues. Actually, now I had been alone. I had been just one female professor for last 20 years, but now we have 2 more female faculty in my department within 5 years. And so just the situation is getting better and better, but still you need some strategy for this type of situation. And I recommend to have somebody who can support you. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, and let us know. So in the question, we are not alone. We should find our own supportive group and can go further and go far. Okay. So I have.
Yes.
So maybe we got
audience,
one question from the audience. Yes.
Hi, I'm asking for minorities questions. Yeah, so to Professor Yoon, and this is Secretary General of Taiwan Physical Society, Heng Chen. Yeah, so just now you mentioned about that there were a lot of mentoring events, like for high school, female high school students, and also, for example, a lot of training camp. I'm curious, are those events tend to be more kind of grassroots and starting from bottom up and organized by the student themselves, or is it more like a top-down approach? So that's the first thing. And when those students will want to do something bottom up, would there be, for example, support from the school or even the financial support, funding, for example, organized activity? Are those things available, and how did that happen in Korea, and maybe similar things for Taiwan as well? Yeah.
I see. It started actually from the KBS sponsored, and so they just pay every things for the camps. But nowadays we have a lot of government supported organization, and they support this kind of business, and so we get the funding every year from those organizations, and now we are running the physics camps from that funding. And initially, the students applied this one from bottom up, but nowadays, as I explained, of course, they apply the program by their own. We just make a advertisement through the web, but still we advertise that through the teachers in high school. Then the teachers can initiate the students to make a team to apply, and so it is just in a hybrid format. So teachers initiated, or sometimes students just wanna do, and they make a team by themselves and something like that. Does it make answers?
I think we got online questions.
Yes, so we have a question from online participant asking, while working toward the gender equality, have you encountered resistance from the male colleagues? And are they concerned that their opportunities being taken away by women?
Dr. Chen?
Yeah, so during my 20-something years of career, I mean, this happened quite often, actually, not just in Taiwan, but also in US. So when I get a promotion, when I get a new opportunity, there will be like, some male colleague will be like, ha, that's because of reserved for women, reserved for diversity. And then maybe that's true, partially because there's a conscious effort in the company or organization that I work in to promote women. I don't deny that. The way I answer is by humor. I'm like, so, do you want to be a human? Do you want to be a woman? And then this person just walk away. It works all the time. Right? It works all the time. By a little bit of humor, that can solve a lot of things. I mean, granted, this happened, still happen, and it will happen, I would say, for a quite period of time. So the only way we can make this better is consciously fight for it, but not necessarily in a very straightforward way, and then that make everybody unhappy or very harsh, right? So a little bit humorous, and then at the same time, we are very serious about this topic and try to make this more and more conscious and try to make them feel inclusive, just like the vacation I talk about for childbirth, and then push that to the committee in your company. For example, inside Microsoft, I think there are at least 8 different committees for diversity, including LGBT, Black and Hispanic, indigenous, and all that, right? So inside and outside, we support also group like Grace Hopper and Women in Engineering and all that. So consciously make it happen inside your organization and outside your organization. But sometimes a little bit of humor can help.
Always very interesting when we are trying to uplift the minority or the most adventurous group. We always face, hey, what are you doing extra? Are you discriminating ourselves? Okay, we have these kind of conversations all the time. But how I would face it is probably showing the bigger picture. Say, for example, the conversation could be, okay, do you feel you are deprived career opportunity because your leader prefer female because we are promoting female power? And then why don't you go ask your leaders, what do you need to work on to move to the next career level? So it kind of direct the question to very specific, what are your key concerns? What are your observations? If you look at the overall number, I can always challenge that. Female 50%, the STEM 25%, where did the 25% female go? The 25% out of universities into the semiconductor, less 20%, where did the 5% of female go? The 20% go to the top executives, less than 5%, where did those 15% go? I can always go on that one. So what I'm stressing here is a full and fair representation. So if they enter is 20%, what happened to this 20%? Can we keep it that way? Is there any policies that we can do?
And another way I will try to frame it is that, what's wrong if I do more to protect your wife? So when she goes to a workplace, she doesn't mistreat it. She's treating fairly and she is competent as her male co-workers. What is wrong with that? You have a daughter of your own. Don't you want your daughters to be treated so fairly throughout the career and the education systems? We have to throw it back to them and then have them look at the overall pictures. But if you feel you're not treated fairly, come. Let's figure that out, what is going on. Is it because she is not as good as you, but simply because she got promoted because she's female? Yeah, let's go overly challenge this perception.
Maybe
Dr. Yun, would you like to comment on this this question?
No further. No, thank you.
So yeah, we got one question.
And thank you for your nice talk. And I believe you are all the excellent role models to represent the value of diversity, equality, and inclusion. And also, I believe all of us who sit here today are all inspired by your speech, and to see how much the effort you have already do in your field, no matter in the academic field or in the institute. But I'm wondering, and can you share some of your insights about what we can do for not only for in our institute, in our field, but for all the country, all the whole society? And what's your suggestion? What we can do right now?
Like in your company, you have you have already considered the diversity and inclusive, but for the our female attendees or male attendees on site now, what we can do to improve the situation for diversity and inclusion?
That's a big question. Everybody. I think the guideline would be authentic and empathy. So I would say these two words. So be authentic to yourself. If you somehow you are scared of speaking up, if you feel uncomfortable, but you have to endure it for now, eventually you won't be happy. And that will affect your performance at work, your performance in school, and everything. So be authentic to yourself, with support, of course, right? Another thing is empathy. Not just empathize those who are like you, for example, women who had suffered discrimination or something like that, but emphasize those counterparts who bully you. The reason they do that, sorry, that's a strong word. The reason they do that is not because of, don't hate that person. It's because of the whole structure of the whole society, the situation, just the education, they get everything, right? So rather than forgive them because this is a society thing, start to educate them. So be the active part to push the positive change forward. Don't just sit there, endure, and then become unhappy, right? Be authentic to yourself while consciously push for positive impact. Okay? So empathize everybody, not just people who are like you, but also the other part. And try to do something that put yourself in their shoes. See what they can do. Maybe it's hard because it's like what is it, fraternity, right? A lot of people there. I mean, if they don't do that, they'll be laughed at, right? So you have to empathize their situation as well. By doing that, I think the whole society, everybody, they can move forward. Maybe not as fast as you wish, but then they will. Empathy and be authentic. Thank you.
I just wanted to give one observation. I think your question covers a lot, but I think when it comes to gender stereotype, I think one thing every parent should do is that we stop, don't do this because it's not what a boy or a girl do, okay? Try not to frame it with a stereotype. So my kids, my boys grow up seeing their mom being very strong, very physically active. They would think, female should be look like this, being a role model. And when I give them the toys, I wouldn't say, okay, you're a boy, so you play with cars. One of my sons is actually excellent with craft work, the knitting. And I wouldn't stop him and saying, hey, it's very girly. No, it's not. So you just expose them, not because of gender selections, just very, very openly. I think if the society start to do that, when a female choose a STEM career path or education major, just encourage them because she is showing their strengths in that area. This is something I would probably advise, and then we have to stop. Don't like this because it's not what about do, okay? And it's not really what it is. We are reinforcing the social stereotype.
Okay. Well, it is really hard to change the whole society. So maybe we start to change the surroundings of our own. And that is what we have done so far for the last 20 years. But as I mentioned, that is mostly focused on the numbers. And so the number has increased a lot. So now we have more female faculties and more female leaders and more female role models. But the society is not much better than I expected. And so it is time to maybe we did something to change it or fight for against the second generation of bias. And that is that must be very hard. And so far, at this moment, I don't know what we can do. I mean, the specific activities we can do. The government actually do require all the government workers or university teachers, high school teachers, and to take the kind of training workshops for this kind of biases. But that is not enough. Of course, they are just watching and taking lessons, and that's all. It should be exercised in their everyday life, and so it takes time. And at this moment, other than I don't know what is the exact activities, but maybe we have to, work together to kind of get the new activities so we can change our surroundings, environment. That's it. Thank you.
So do we still have questions? Yeah, we got one question.
Hello. Well, I have two questions. The first, something we most seek for is equality, right? But I think that the first step to be equality is that just ignore something just like our genders, ratio, and so on. Rather than emphasizing that we are female, so we should be more efforts, blah, blah, blah. Well, or the boundary between different gender, or even or ratio won't be wiped out. Yeah. Then the discrimination will be more severe. Okay, how do you think? And the second question, well, since I'm the seed of woman in science, something I worried about is that I found that most of women cares about their family, especially children or marriage. So if I want to devote in science wholeheartedly, I better give up my marriage.
Okay, so your question is first is about equality, and second is about how to have a balance or choose between the career and your own life or family or marriage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe we start from Professor Yun?
Yep.
Could you comment on the first question, like for the equality, or the second question?
Equality, about the equality, actually equality means fairness in this sense. And so equality is not just really equal in quantitatively, and but what is it? I cannot catch the exact question in that sense.
Let me say again, we shouldn't emphasize our gender. Something we need to do is ignore our gender.
So you don't have to. I mean, well, in my young ages, that is what we did. We just look like boys, and we just behave like boys. That is the one thing we can survive within this, male-dominated environment. But that is not true anymore. And rather than that, just emphasize your own character, even though it is female-shaped. It can be your advantage. Okay, so I don't agree actually to just to give up your gender characters at all. You can survive. You can use it. I mean, in a good sense. And so just you don't have to anyway. And also about the marital life. I mean, you don't have to give up either. I mean, most of female professionals married in old days, and nowadays the married population is decreasing at this moment. But anyway, marital life can give more effort to be done from your side. That is true, but you can manage it. I mean, there is a way to do, and so you don't have to give up anything. You can just enjoy your life. If you want, then you just marry, and you can have a child too. If you don't want, then it doesn't matter. But if you want, then don't give up. There is always a way you can survive. Okay? You can get help, or you can get, get help from everywhere. I mean, there is a way, so don't give up. That is my suggestion.
Maybe Milan, this is our final question, so maybe also give some advice to our young generations. Don't be afraid to give up anything.
Yes, this is exactly what I want to say. Okay, in an ideal world, yes, gender should not be a decisive factor. Unfortunately, it is now. Okay, on a resume, if I have the name indication of female, male, or whether it's a Mohammed or David Smith, I guarantee you those 4 people, just because of name differences, they will end up in different hiring decisions. That is a fact. And it's why we really need to look at the gender or the ethnicity group very, very hard, because it's determining your hiring process. And it's why we need to do it. In the ideal world, yes, female and male or any ethnicity background should not get any special treatment. It's absolutely true, and that's where we are heading toward. But we need to move the discriminative factors away, okay? And don't give up career, please. We absolutely should not do that, okay? I wanted to give some examples. Often when we say we are uplifting the minorities, I'm sacrificing a lot of benefits for the majorities, actually it's not the case, okay? We have the flexible work arrangement. It might start from female employees, they need to care for their kids. They need to drop off their kids at school and pick up them from school. They need their flexibilities. It doesn't mean their productivity will be compromised. But what if I can make my policy, you can adjust your working schedule a little bit, and I open it for all male. So if you are the male, you have the responsibility to deliver your kids to school. You get to enjoy it as well. We are looking at the maternity leave, okay? The mom go deliver the baby, she gets to rest, okay? Male doesn't have to go through the physical changes, but he still needs to be there to receive his first child, can we make some policies that's more friendly so the responsibility doesn't fall on any specific genders? I try to equalize the challenges. You might need different things, but eventually I want you to the best output of your productivities. So that's why we need to do it a little bit different. We are not discriminating, but we look into the minorities' needs and open it up for everything. Just like the equipment engineers, initially there is just a system to really reduce the labor strength for female, but you know what? Male also benefited because it reduced the occupational injury for all. Okay, and it is a spirit we should embrace when I look into the minorities, not because I just want to do it exclusively for the minorities, because in the history, in the long run, we have actually overlooked this group for a longest time. It's time to correct it, and we all enjoy it. Okay, as a talent acquisition professional, my biggest headache is that when Micron needs this many people, I cannot find them. But if I can tap on the female or the traditionally overlooked group, I can supply the talent. Once I can supply the talent for Micron, I can ask my headquarters continue to invest in Micron. Taiwan have more jobs, better paid jobs.
Okay, yeah, so coming back to my comments on authentic. So you don't have to be somebody else to be successful. So you are a woman, that's a fact. Biologically, you are a woman, right? So you can do the woman thing, right? I mean, the typical woman thing, right? You can have longer hair in the society, and then you can have makeup or stronger makeup. I mean, guy can have makeup too, right? So be yourself, be authentic to yourself. You don't have to hide your identity, right? So that will make you happy, and that will make everybody happy. Recognize the differences, but then be inclusive in thinking. Don't let those differences deter you. Make those differences enhance you, empower you, okay? And in terms of diversity and inclusion, one thing I want to emphasize that it's not just identity-based. It's not just woman or man. It's actually a dynamic thing. It could be that when I'm 20, I'm a woman, sure. When I'm 30, I'm a mother, right? So when I'm 40, I could have some other life event in my family and all that. It changes. So diversity and inclusion doesn't mean it's always like that. I could have broken my leg by playing basketball, injured my leg or something like that. So for a period of time, half a year or so, right, I can't go to work, right? But then choose some place that can accept your differences and accept those inconveniences in a dynamic situation. So the pandemic over the past 2 and 5 years that make everybody recognize that D&I or diversity inclusion is not just identity-based. It's actually a norm of life. Everybody has up and downs in their personal, in their family, in everything. So find an employer, find a place that can recognize the differences, recognize all this life up and down to support you. And in return, I'm sure you will support them as well. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I think unfortunately we have to end this sections. So that's thanks Professor Yun and Director Zhang, Director Chen again.
Thank you.
Bye.
Now let's welcome Associate Research Fellow Dr. Genghui Lin from Institute of Physics, Academia Sinica, to chair the keynote speech.
Okay. Good afternoon. Well, thank everyone stay to the last. I'm Lin Genghui from Academia Sinica, Institute of Physics. I'm going to host Dr. Stina Adrian for the keynote. Stina, can you turn on your camera?
I'm trying to turn on the camera.
Okay, so while you're working on that, I'm going to introduce Stina. Yeah, so Yeah, so I actually met Stina in 2019 when she visited Department of Sociology at National Taiwan University. And actually, she and I have something in common. We both have 3 kids, and 2 of them are twins. Okay, and Stina has been, she worked on the, inspired by her own journey. She worked a lot on the birth technology. And we all know that in today's discussion, birth has been a issue brought up again and again. And we know how birth technology or birth control has advanced women's life and rights and movement. Yeah, so today I think she will talk about that with a very innovative viewpoints. Yeah, so Stina Adrian is a associate professor in techno-anthropology at Aalborg University in Copenhagen, Denmark. And she is a sociologist and holding a PhD in feminism, STS, and cultural analysis. And her work is highly interdisciplinary on how medical technology with cultural analysis and ethnic and law. Yeah. So her research interests lie in questions concerning inequality in health, reproductive technology, technologies of death and dying at the beginning of life, gender, and the entanglement of technologies and ethnic. Adrian has previously done several comprehensive studies in fraternities, clinics, and sperm bank in Denmark, Sweden, looking at the IVF insemination, fertility, and without further ado, let's just welcome Stina to listen to her work.
I'm really sorry. I'm still working on the camera. I don't know why it doesn't work. It usually works when I'm on Zoom. I'll just one minute, and I'll hopefully be ready.
Okay. Oh, can you share your slide first? If not, I think we have a backup slide here. Oh.
I'll just.
Or another suggestion is maybe you log off and log in.
Yes. I'll log off and get on again.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Can you turn on the camera?
So here it is. I think.
We still cannot see you here.
You cannot see me?
Right.
Okay.
But can you share your slides?
I can.
If you cannot share the slide, maybe we'll put on the slide here. Can you see what's going on here? And I can turn the slide for you. Okay,
That's
great.
very good.
Let's welcome Stina.
Okay, thank you so much, and I'm so sorry for this inconvenience of not having the technological competencies to open my camera. First, I want to thank very much for the invitation and for the very kind introduction to this talk and to me. And I have been working on these issues since 2000 on reproductive technologies. I'm gonna give you some stories that are also historical to show how changes take place. So we will begin on a bench behind a church in the center of Copenhagen on a warm night in August 1977. Nina Abo inseminated herself. Nina was a single at the time, and she just wanted to have a child. She was not interested in men or having intercourse with them, as she was a lesbian. For months she had walked around with a syringe and a cup in her bag in the hope that she would find a good man that could be the donor for her child. It had not been easy to convince someone to help, but on the 3rd of August, she had met this man on a cafe that offered to be a donor, a day where she also knew that she had her ovulation. Nina Abo was a pioneer, and now you have to change the slide. At the time in Denmark, she challenged the idea of heterosexual family by having a child on her own. And although there was no law yet on donor insemination and assisted reproduction, the act of separating sex and reproduction by doing a self-insemination was almost unthinkable. Nina Abo did, however, not only have a child. After she had conceived her own daughter, and until 1996, she helped more than 100 women to try to conceive. 32 children were born. Unfortunately, 2 died, one as an infant and the other in an accident later on. And over the years, she kept an archive of her work with doing these inseminations and the different challenges that emerged. And there were challenges such as some of the mothers wanted to breach anonymity, which became very complicated because the men were donating anonymously. And one of the most difficult things was in the 80s when some of the men had conceived HIV, and they were very afraid of whether the women also had then gotten HIV. Fortunately, they did not. No one got ill due to this. She continued to do her work with insemination, but only using men that were not gay. So the story about Nina Abo has just been published in the book that you see the cover of the book. In Danish, it's called Mod Sædvane. It can be translated into to its natural. And what I'm going to say, the story I'm going to tell today, is to show how the situation in Denmark has changed radically since Nina Abo in 1978 gave birth to her child. In Denmark today, single women and same-sex couples can receive treatment in both public and private clinics, and the number of single women seeking treatment in order to become mothers by choice is currently rising, and probably will in the future too. An estimate from the sperm banks is that 50% of the customers are single women, and this is worldwide. 30% are from same-sex couples, and only 20% heterosexual couples. It is, moreover, also financially possible in Denmark to be a single mother and work, to have a career, because we have subsidized daycare. So there is the practical support to be a single mother and work and have children. In this talk, I'll unpack how these changes have taken place regarding assisted reproductive technologies by asking, please change. How does conception and the making of families reconfigure today through the use of assisted reproductive technologies? The talk draws on the 2 ethnographic studies. Please change the slide again. The 2 ethnographic studies I have conducted in fertility clinics and sperm banks. These two studies were conducted 10 years apart, and that had provided me with a great insight of the changes that has taken place and how these changes has emerged. So first I want to note on home insemination that Nina Abo helped the woman to do. Please change the slide again. This is a really low technology. You have to follow your ovulation. At that time, she was monitoring her temperature and following her cycle in that way. Today we have cycle trackers on the phone and ovulation tests. But it was not until IVF was introduced in Denmark in the 80s that the Danish healthcare system really encouraged donor insemination and sperm banking took off. I argue that donor sperm and fertility clinics are closely knit together, and since private clinics played a role in developing a market for private sperm banking. So the privatization also played a really important role in the commodification process in how the changes took place. And during this talk, I call it subversive practices. There's a lot of ways to get around regulations or norms that are practiced from all the different stakeholders. As public health care was the norm in the late 80s, 70s and 80s, the Danish healthcare system's medical practitioners looked upon this privatization process that began in the 80s, particularly of the healthcare sector, as deeply questionable. Please, I think I have another slide. In 1976, 10 years prior to the first IVF child's birth, a sperm bank called Fonden for den Centrale Sædbank, the Central Semen Bank Foundation, was established. And this sperm bank operated as part of the General Practitioners Laboratory in Copenhagen, with the aim of distributing cryopreserved sperm to clinics and gynecological practices all around Denmark, as well as Norway and Iceland. So it was already beginning to globalize at this time. The logic behind this sperm bank was not shaped by commercial interests, as the sperm banks in Denmark today, which is why it chose not to provide sperm to a newly established private fertility clinic in Æbletoft, which was called the Mermaid Clinic. It was developed in 1989. So when Ole Skov, an entrepreneur working on establishing a sperm bank, learned about the Mermaid Clinic's problem, he saw an opportunity to develop his sperm bank that he already in 1981 had tried to develop. At this point, Skov did not have the necessary financial grounds. As the Mermaid Clinic had trouble getting sperm supplies, and the other option was to buy it from the US, and that was terribly costly, they decided to do a joint venture with Ole Skov. So Skov started recruiting donors in Aarhus. And now, please, I think you have to change the slide, maybe twice actually. The second largest city in Denmark and a university town, with a campus situated in its center, where he was particularly successful in recruiting students as donors. In 1991, the Mermaid Clinic received the first draws, and within a few weeks, pregnancies were reported. The emergence of global sperm banking practices is, however, not a story of individual entrepreneurship. There are a lot of techniques and logistics that are needed to actually be able to do sperm banking. Please move the next slide. So first of all, you need cryopreserved sperm. And secondly, you need an infrastructure where you can, please the next slide, an infrastructure where you can make the sperm mobile, and so when it's cryopreserved frozen, you can keep it in boxes and send it around through DHL or UPS or another of these services. Since Skov was trained in business, he developed different rationales of sales and services than the Central Semen Bank. So Skov wanted to have a large donor corps corresponding to different phenotypes, also because he wanted to be able to sell the sperm globally. As the demand for sperm was not an issue in Denmark, and since the Central Semen Bank was already involved in export, it did not take long before he also started selling sperm to Norway. Prior's categorization of donors and perspectives of donation was similar to that of the Central Semen Bank. So they drew very much on the phenotypical kind of outlet. But most importantly, the donors were anonymous. So although legislation did not yet exist, prescribing that single women and lesbians could not be treated with insemination or IVF, the main premise was that sperm donation was used by heterosexual couples, and secrecy and anonymity played an important role in family building. Because using anonymity and secrecy, it was kind of a way to secure the father in the family. Please, next slide. The psychiatrist Hans Rosenqvist did a thorough research on social and psychiatric issues regarding donor conception, and he argued that you should not tell your child about its conception unless you agree that it will be in the best interest for the child. And I can say this is very different from what the psychologists say today. They would argue that you should disclose to your child. The connection between donor anonymity and non-disclosure was established and believed the social father would not be psychologically challenged. Another thing was that criers, just as well as this central semen bank, they sold directly to the fertility clinics, so there was no sale to private customers. So the first law on assisted reproductive technologies in Denmark was not implemented until 1997, and it was significantly changed already in 2007, and then in 2012 again. And we might have another legal change in not so long time. Although sperm banking and donation were routinized technologies, and the legislation in 97 also dealt with more advanced technologies, the question of who should have access to sperm donation became one of the main controversies in the parliamentary debates. So in these debates, the focus was if women or lesbians, single women or lesbians should have access to treatment. And at the final vote, the majority of members of parliament argued that it was the child's best interest to be born in a family with both a man and a woman. As the legal text was drafted, a contingency evolved in this legislation, so they made it only illegal for medical doctors to do treatment of single women and lesbians, which means that anyone else could if they got sperm, could do it. And so this was actually why the Stork Clinic was developed. You see on the screen now. In 1999, Nina Stork, another Nina, who really challenged the norms. She was a midwife. She was also lesbian, and she had been very upset about this legislation that made it impossible for her and her partner and her friends to have children. And she set up this clinic, and she went into the media and with the good stories about the children that was conceived through donor insemination. She bought the sperm through the sperm bank with a medical doctor in between. So the criers, of course, was afraid of getting in trouble in relation to the legislation. And then for many years, they made business in this way. And also what happened was that women from all over Europe, single women and same-sex couples, they came to Denmark to this clinic and to other similar clinics that developed that could work outside of the legislation legally because the legislation didn't cover them. And that actually made Denmark a fertility hub where a lot of travelers coming from abroad went to Denmark to have children through sperm donation. I need the next slide, please. So already from the 90s and onwards, there were another things that happened, and that was that American customers, they got very interested in Danish donors, and because some felt they had Scandinavian roots, so they were interested in Danish donors. This is actually interesting in the sense that the US is one of the few countries where there is an excess of sperm, so they don't have problems finding donors, which is the case in many countries around the world. So Cries International established a sperm bank in the US called Scandinavian Cryobank, where they sent the Danish sperm and sold it through an American platform. In the US, they prefer to choose the sperm donor themselves. They had much more information than was as accessible in the Danish context. So they developed a new standard of how to choose and select the donor and how many informations that you could have. And at first they had this division between Denmark and the US, but very shortly after this changed. In 2004, the competing sperm bank, a European sperm bank, please, the next slide. Oh, I just have some Vikings first. So they branded in the US, they branded themselves as being Viking sperm. The next slide, please. So, but the European Sperm Bank then got into the market just around 2004, and they started immediately selling sperm on the internet directly to consumers in this American style. So it was not possible to keep these standards and way of commercialization away from the Danish context, where the public health system had really set the agenda of how you did sperm donation. So another way that globalization played in and had an impact was that the regulation in EU has been developed in order for free movement of products. And the question is sperm a product, or is it a medical kind of product of cells and so on? So there's part of the legislation within EU where it is cells. So if you sell something to medical professionals, then it goes through that legislation. But if you sell to private persons, then it is a product. So please, the next slide. And the next slide again. And so what they did was they reintroduced home insemination, just like Nina Abo, but just with tested semen, to countries within the EU where women were not allowed to have treatment. Single women or lesbians. There's a lot of countries around Europe that still today do not allow fertility treatment if you are not in a heterosexual relation. This has been stopped by the EU, but this is also another example of how the commercial companies, they pressure for more markets, but those pressures sometimes also have effects in relation to rights for women who want fertility treatment. So in 2012, the regulation of assisted reproductive technologies was once more revised in the Parliament, and in many ways the new regulation was shaped by the existing practices, so that you could actually go to these clinics with the midwife clinics, and the midwife clinics, they at this time had also implemented the use of both anonymous and non-anonymous donation, which was not allowed for the medical doctors, so they could do more. And that legislation was approved for everyone. On the other hand, it was more restrictive because the midwives and the sperm banks, they became part of the legislation that they had not been previously. So it was also a move from the Danish state to try to somehow be able to control what took place in the reproductive field. So by now I described how subversive practices performed by the sperm banks and the midwife clinics took place. As this regulation, there was these unregulated spaces that enabled this. One of the reasons why the midwife clinics had this success was because they were known in the LGBT plus community all around Europe. And this also had an effect later on that women, they came to Denmark. So women from Poland and Germany and Sweden and Norway, they also went to the doctor-owned fertility clinics later on when it became legally possible. And this was where I did fieldwork in a doctor-owned fertility clinic, where I spoke with a lot of people from Norway and Sweden and Germany. And today, Norway and Sweden have recently made it possible for single women to have treatment, but it was not at this time. So now I'm just gonna give you some examples of what that felt. Traveling across border, Sweden is the country next to Denmark, but traveling across country, knowing that this is not a legal practice in your home country. So when I interviewed Mia from Sweden in 2012, Mia was 41 years old. Although she knew she wanted a sibling to her daughter for a long time, she had spent a long time trying to find another partner because that was what she would prefer. And most of the women I have interviewed have traveled for treatment by themselves, but they have waited, and sometimes waited too long, and it has been really hard for them to make that decision that they would have the child alone. Lisa from Austria, she described it to me how she was crying the first time she went into the clinic, because being there made it clear how she had lost the dream of having a child with someone else. So the problem with age is that the success rate of a viable pregnancy severely decreased, particularly when you get beyond 40. Then the chances of using insemination and having success with this is really low. So a lot of these women, they needed IVF, in vitro fertilization, which is a much more invasive technology. You need hormone stimulation. You need to have the eggs retracted. They will be fertilized in the lab outside, and then the embryos, if there are any, will be inserted afterwards, and hopefully a pregnancy will take place. If this is not successful, at the clinics in Denmark, they will start talking about that there's a possibility of traveling to Spain or Greece at this time to use double donation, which was not possible at this time. It is now. So use both egg and sperm to conceive a child, because when you get eggs from a younger woman, the age factor follows the younger woman's age. So although Mia had has had support in a Swedish organization for solo mothers, she still felt it really difficult because it was an illegal act. Her parents and other family members had challenged the decision, and she felt an increased sense of responsibility regarding the potential child, as traveling for IVF with donor sperm entailed a lot of logistics. So explain to me what issues were at stake in the process of deciding to go to Denmark. And she says, it's illegal in Sweden, making it difficult to receive help, and it becomes very expensive, and you have to hide that you are doing it. It feels heavy and awkward because you're not really allowed to do it. If something happens, who will take care of this child? How will it be for my daughter to have a sibling with no father? And if there will be a child, how will it be for this child that its older sister has a father and it does not have a father itself? How do you explain about the situation in daycare, in school, and at work? The part of breaking the norms, how do you overcome that bit? How do you manage financially? So with my first child, I did not experience this because it just came. Now it's a decision I have to take responsibility for. So in practice, traveling for treatment is much more than making decisions, as Mia explained. It's also about not receiving the medical help. She has struggled very much to receive local help for sonography, which is needed with IVF, where you need to monitor the body regularly. So there was, however, also quite a few other women and couples I interviewed traveling to the clinic from abroad that actually argued that traveling was liberating. So Tone from Norway was, like Mia, single, and she had a child that she had conceived through donation in Denmark by use of donated sperm.
Stina.
And she was hoping to be able to also conceive a sibling. And she says, I've experienced the process of being high on freedom. And in contrast to Mia, whom was hoping for a change in legislation enabling single women treatment, Tone was more
Stina,
hesitant.
watch the time. Sorry.
Yes, I have. I'm gonna finish. I have to say that I'm less interested in that. I don't want to be in the front making it legal. On the contrary, I find that it is good that treatment is demanding. I don't think that everyone should do it. I thought about this yesterday. I'm on my way to receive treatment for a sibling. I came home from work and it was very hectic. I packed everything for the day before, had the kid with me on the plane, and there I felt calm and thought, there's so much. If you do not make this, you should not travel to have another one. In a way, it's a test. Yes, this is part of what you have chosen. So, in this presentation, I have asked, how does conception and the making of families reconfigure today through the use of assisted reproductive technologies? And I began this talk with Nina Abo, followed by the story of the establishment by private sperm banks, push for increasing market, and Nina Stork's development of her clinic targeting LGBT plus families. So why I'm still concerned with this issue, so it's you can say that this is a story where in Denmark we have really gained a lot of rights in relation to reproduction and the hope that Nina Abo had in 1978. She really wanted this also to be in the established system, not something that she was doing in the gray area. It has really happened. It is today available technologies for everyone. It's free in the public sector. So what I'm concerned with this issue still is that today is perceived as having although Denmark is perceived as having a liberal legislation, worldwide women still stand in the same situation, having problems in relation to dreaming of having children, working hard to find ways doing this, keeping the career, finding help for daycare for the child, and getting the both moral and practical support in parenthood. So there is a lot of questions still to be raised in relation to these practices around the world. And however, the narratives I've been telling unlocks a lot of these questions and controversies. They also show that although sperm donation is low-tech and easily done, the changing of social norms may take time. But also when you look back on these stories, they reveal that sometimes social norms does really radical change quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very enlightening talk, and it's nice to know that, oh, finally we see you. Hi.
Hi.
Due to the time constraint, we are allowed to have 1 or 2 short questions. There.
I don't think I heard the charge for this semen cell. First one. The second one, is there any possibility that people discard baby like they discard pets?
That they discard them? I don't think so. I think a lot of these the children they're very they are big dreams. So this is not, and it's not what is seen in the social psychological studies. So in Cambridge, there's a researcher called Susan Golombok. She's done a lot of studies on different types of families, and all the studies show that same-sex couples and single women they actually perform better as parents typically, and the children do well and better than if you look on the general population.
I have one quick question. So how many kids are born this way in Denmark?
Oh, this is a really good question. I think Denmark has a world record in use of assisted reproductive technologies. About 10% have been conceived either through in vitro fertilization or insemination every year.
Wow, Taiwan should catch up. We have less and less kids. This is a serious problem here. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Because the conference need to be closed now. So let's thank Stina again, and I will hope to see you here some other time.
Me too. And thank you so much for the invitation. I was very honored.
Yeah. Okay.
We have come to the end of today's forum and sessions. Finally, I would like to give the time to Professor Yaping Chu.
Okay. Before we end the symposium today, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the invited speakers and our chairs and very important our participants here. So actually we have a very interesting and a very nice discussion, especially on diversity and on some planning talk from the planning talk. Actually we still have a very nice discussion tomorrow. Starting from in the morning, we will discuss the female leadership. So let's welcome and join again tomorrow morning, starting from 9:30. Thank you.
For the on-site guests, please don't forget your personal belongings with you, and see you tomorrow.